I got distracted. Whoops. I got a little bit distracted. I'm gonna be so real. I spent that time thinking about what I'm gonna do. I still don't have a plan. It's gone. Hi, Tornado. Oh, you can have a party at mine. Nothing's happening right now, so hop off, I guess. Oh my god, it was a holy shit. I do this every time. Every time I do this to myself. I really gotta stop. Imagine being stuck in like forever ad jail though. You know how shit that would be? Like, imagine getting so unlucky that you join a stream, you know, right before the ad break. And they've got, I think it's pre-rolls. They've got pre-rolls on. Anyway, you join the stream, ad starts. It's like a 3-minute ad. Those ads finish, you get another 3-minute ad. And then your browser refreshes. So you've got the enter ads again. Sorry, I mean, oh, unfortunate, sad. Oh, so sad, so sad. I will pray for you in ad jail. I don't know what to do today. I'm gonna sing, that's for sure. I want to get back into doing karaoke. I'm tempted to do the Pokemon Smash or Pass thing, like restart that. Because I think I'm still halfway through it and I just haven't done it. And then I kind of want to watch some ghost videos. But not like Sam and Colby stuff, because that will get me absolutely. You know what? Hell yeah, give me the play-by-play. I want them now. Tell me all about them. Great. Thanks. I appreciate it. I am a bit goofy today. Look, it's fucking 7 p.m. I wanted to stream so much earlier in the day, but I got distracted. And so I didn't. Why is it going on for so long? It should be done by now. I know it's offset, it's because my face turns. I can't stick it to my nose, unfortunately. It doesn't work like that. Not on this model, at least. I can't really stick it to my hair. It's annoying. Yeah, I know. But it's fine. It's fine. I'm a little bit fine. Okay, hold on, wait. I don't know if do you guys hear my browser sounds? It's Pokemon, but like it doesn't really matter, but the clicking noise is just me. Don't worry about that one. Can I restart this? How do I restart? Can I? 5 a.m. Oh my god, go to bed. Jesus. Please, sleep. You close your eyes and then you lay in bed and then you dream. Wait, I can go back to this. Hold on. We're going all the way back to the start. It's like a myth. Unfortunately, it's not. Why is my shit lagging over fucking Pokemon Smash or Pass? Oh my god. It's okay, we only got 90 left to go past. So it says I can connect with Twitch. Let's see. Yeah, what the fuck does it do? No, I don't want to go. Oh, I've got to do them all again. Can I just like type 0? I can type. Okay. I somewhat have a plan. I hate Opera's doing this. It's annoying me so much. Oh, I gotta close this one, don't I? Yeah, I do. Damn. It's fine. It'll be fine. Okay. I know I just have to have it show up. Please. Please, please. Why is it back to 500? No, I didn't want 21. I wanted 1. You know what? Yeah, fuck it. Fuck it. Let's do it. Immediate singing. Hell yeah. I can't even like... No, yeah, we'll just do this. I've watched a lot of Pokemon stuff. There's so much stuff that I watch. Oh my god, give me a good musical song. That's not musical. These aren't musicals. That's it's a musical show, but doesn't count. I can't fucking sing Golden. I could probably sing Free, but I'm stupid, so I gotta. Oh my god, where are the? What's that? Where the hell are my? Hold on, I have to look up musicals now. Because I'm being forced to. What the fuck? I know musicals, but Jesus. The depressing. Yeah, I'll have my own musical one day. It's literally just about how depressed I am. Oh my god. What the fuck? Oh my god, wait. Brain Rot 17. I actually kind of fuck with it. I am so focused. God, there are so many. Okay, we're back to not musicals. Why are there no songs that I know how to sing? What, a musical about just how depressed I am? It's just me singing I'm sad for like 2 hours straight. And that's all it is. Don't worry about it. Why are you so zoomed in? That's why. It's like, what? Doy. I feel dumb because I don't know. Oh, I could totally do 17. Machine when? Right now. That's what's happening right now. I could. Oh my god. What? How did I miss all of these? Huh? Wait, is this a female voice? Wait, what's on the playlist? Shh. What's in here? This is so very important to me. The fuck is? Oh, it's from Adam's Family. There's so much shit in here that I just don't know. No, I'm going back to 17. What was that? Rar. Where did it go? Here it is. Is it gonna play? Yeah, I can't go bold on this model. Are you gonna play music? Okay. Hell yeah. You know, you fuck with it. How badly am I gonna? Because I have to do both parts. But no, wrong one. No skibbity, okay? I was gonna do that earlier, but we're damaged, really damaged, but that does not make us wise. We're not special, we're not different. We don't choose who lives or dies. Let's be normal, see bad movies, sneak a beer and watch TV. We'll bake brownies or go bowling. Don't you want a life with me? Can we be 17? That's all I want to do. If you could let me in, I could be good with you. I missed it too. People hurt us or they vanish, and you're right, it really blows. But we let go, take a deep breath, then go buy some summer clothes. We'll go camping, play some poker, and we'll eat some chili fries. Maybe prom night, maybe dancing. Don't stop looking in your eyes. Can't we be 7? I fucked up. Is that so hard to do? I missed the note. I missed the note and I fucked up. Can we be 17? I gotta hold on. I gotta play the note for me real quick. I fucked up that note so badly. Hold up. Shh. No, the next one. It's the same note. Come back. Camping, play some poker, and we'll eat some chili fries. Prom night, maybe dancing. Don't stop looking in my eyes. Can't we be 17? Is that so hard to do? I fucked up the note again. I give up. We're fighting. No, I'm singing free. Fuck you guys. The K-pop Demon Hunters has filled my mind. Bring me free. Hello? I broke my... Oh! I'm paddling through the... Okay. Please load. Okay, cool. I appreciate everyone. I try to hide, but something broke. I try to sing, couldn't hit the notes. The words kept catching in my throat. I tried to smile, I was suffocating through, but here with you I can finally breathe. You say you're no good, but you're good for me. I've been hoping to change. Now I know we can change, but I won't if you're not by my side. Why does it feel right every time I let you in? Why does it feel like I can tell you anything? All the secrets that keep me in chains and all the damage that might make me dangerous. You got a dark side, guess you're not the only one. What if we both tried hiding what we're running from? We can't fix it if we never face it. What if we find a way to escape it? We could be free, free. We can't fix it if we never face it. Let the past be the past till it's weightless. Oh, time goes by and I lose perspective. Yeah, hope only hurts, so I just forget it. But you're breaking through all the dark in me when I thought that nobody could. And you're waking up all these parts of me that I thought were buried for good. Between imposter and this monster, I've been lost inside my head. Ain't no choice when all these voices keep me pointing towards no end. It's just easy when I'm with you. No one sees me the way you do. I don't trust it, but I want it. Keep coming back to why does it feel right every time I let you in? Why does it feel like I can tell you anything? We can't fix it if we never face it. What if we find a way to escape it? We could be free, free. We can't fix it if we never face it. Let the past be the past till it's weightless. Oh, so take my hand, it's open. Jesus. What if we heal what's broken? Oh God. I try to hide, but something broke. I couldn't sing, but you give me hope. We can't fix it if we never face it. Let the past be the past till it's weightless. Thank you for following. Jesus Christ, those notes hurt a little bit. Holy shit, wait, that's 300! Ah! Yo! Pause. Fuck off. Pause this shit. Pause this shit. That's 300. Actual hell yes. Yeah, for real, finally. Hello? No, I can't sing that. I can't sing that fast. And I don't know the Korean parts. What else can I sing? I was fucking around Take Me to Church earlier. It was impressive. Thank you. Where is it? It's here, okay. I'm sorry, I have to do this bit. I apologize in advance because I do this scarily well. It's bad. It's bad how well I do this. I'm apologizing in advance. How can you see into my eyes like open doors, leading you down into my core, where I've become so numb without a soul. My spirit's sleeping somewhere cold until you find it there and lead it back home. Wake me up inside, wake me up and save, call my name and save me from the dark. Bid my blood to run before I come undone. Take me from the nothing I've become. Now that I know what I'm without, you can't just leave me. Bring know, it's bad. Wake me up inside. Wake me up and save me. Call my name and save me from the dark. Bid my blood to run before I come undone. Save me from the nothing I've become. Bring me to life. I used to sing this song so much as a kid. Bring me to life. Frozen inside without your touch, without your love, darling. Only you are the life among the dead. Oh, this time I can't believe I couldn't see. Kept in the dark, but you were there in front of me. I've been sleeping 1,000 years, it seems. Got to open my eyes to everything. Without a thought, without a voice, without a soul. Don't let me not hear. See something more. Bring me to life. Wake me up inside. Wake me up inside. Call my name and save me from the dark. Bid my blood to run before I come undone. Save me from the nothing I've become. Bring me to life. Bring me to life. I can't do that for that long. I will. I do actually have a 2-liter bottle of water with me because I don't want to fuck up my vocal cords. Anyway, I used to sing that song so much as a kid that I learned how to mimic the bring me to life. What should I sing? Give me a song. Hand it over. Ready for the fuck? Do I even remember that song? It's been so long since I've actually. Do I even remember the song? This is the problem. I don't know. This is the one song that I don't know well enough to sing. Fuck. I love that. Hell yeah. Okay, hold on. Let's just. Oh my god, wait. Cal's gonna remember this one. Because when I would do karaoke, this would be like my go-to. Where is it? I did it so much. Where is it? Don't tell me it's not here. Oh yeah, Nothing Beats a Jet 2 Holiday has fucking karaoke now. Excuse me? Anyway, yeah, Nothing Beats a. Yeah, let's play it. This is my favorite karaoke, guys. You ready? Nothing beats a Jet 2 holiday, and right now, you can save £50 per person. That's £200 off for a family of 4. We've got millions of child-free place holidays available with 22 kilograms of baggage included. Fuck. Book now. Fuck. Book now with Jet 2 holidays. Package holidays you can trust. Okay. I'm not doing golden, please. Nothing beats a Jet 2 holiday. Right now. No! Not again. No, stop. Stop, please, please stop. Nothing beats a bitch harder than I do when I get on my nerves. And right now, you can save yourself a beating by shutting the fuck up. You may not actually, but fuck, I don't even Hopelessly Devoted to You. It was like my go-to when I was doing karaoke. Here it is. It's my favorite to sing because I sing everything so well. I gotta sit back a little bit for this one. Prepare yourselves for this shit show. Guess mine is not the first heartbroken. My eyes are not the first to cry. I'm not the first to know there's just no getting over you. Bent down, now. You know I'm just a fool who's willing to sit around and wait for you. But baby, can't you see there's nothing else for me to do? I'm hopelessly devoted to you. But now there's nowhere to hide since you pushed my love aside. I'm out of my head, hopelessly devoted to you. Hopelessly devoted to you. Ooh, hopelessly devoted to you. Oh, kill him! Oh, kill him! My head is saying, fool, forget him. My heart is saying, don't let go. Hold on to the end. And that's what I intend to do. I'm hopelessly devoted to you. But now there's nowhere to hide since you pushed my love aside. I'm out of my head, hopelessly devoted to you. Hopelessly devoted to you. Ooh, hopelessly devoted to you. Goddamn! I didn't expect to hit that note. I'm be real. I didn't expect that last note. Peak. What else can I sing? We'll sing for a little bit before I go on to a beautiful thank you. Oh, you got one? What are you suggesting? Part of your world? You know what? Yeah, fuck it. Why not? I wanna be where the people are. I don't actually know the lyrics to this, so I may fuck up. No promises. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. Oh my god, wait, you're so right. Maybe he's right. Maybe there is something the matter with me. And see, Laurel, wonderful things could be bad. Could be bad. Look at this stuff. Isn't it neat? Wouldn't you think my collection's complete? Wouldn't you think I'm the girl who has everything? I haven't sang this. Look at this trove, treasures untold. How many wonders can one cavern hold? Looking around to make sure she's got everything. The gadgets and gizmos aplenty. I got who's it's and what's it's galore. One thing about Bob's, I've got 20. Who cares? No big deal. I want more. I can't hit the note. I wanna be where the people are. I wanna see them dancing, walking around on those, what do you call them? Oh, feet. Flipping your fins, you don't get too far. Legs are required for jumping, dancing, going around down a, what's that word again? Street. Up where they walk, up where they run, up where they stay all day in the sun, wandering free. Wish I could be part of that world. If I could live by his waters and pay to spend a day warm on the sand. Land, they understand, reprimand their daughters. American women, sick, I don't know this part. Women ready to stand. You know what the people know. Ask them my questions and get some answers. Does the fire and why does it, what's the word? Burn into my tongue. Wouldn't I love to explore that shore up above, out of the sea. I wish I could be, yo, real part of that world. I got distracted. Fuck that. Part of that world. T here. I only realized, like, till I was singing this song, how ironic it was that I'm singing that song. Helpless. I do. Hey. Holy shit, it's Bruno. Yeah, no, it took me till I was singing. I was like, wait, this is the Little Mermaid. Whoopsie. T here. We don't talk about Bruno is unironically a fire song, and I love it. You know what? Hell yeah, I'm gonna do every single part and we don't talk about Bruno. Watch me go. I would sing Helpless really good. I do sing. I sing Satisfied good too. We don't talk about Bruno, no. We don't talk about Bruno. But it was my wedding, it was our wedding. We were getting ready and there wasn't a cloud in the sky. No clouds allowed in this. Bruno walks in with a mischievous grin. Thunder, you telling the story or am I? I'm sorry, mi vida, go on. Bruno says it looks like rain. Why did he tell us? In doing so he floods my brain. Abuela got the umbrellas, married in a hurricane. What a joyous day, but anyway, we don't talk about Bruno, no. We don't talk about Bruno. Good little fear, Bruno stuttering and stumbling. I can always hear him sort of mumbling and fuck! Okay, I'm done fucking around with Bruno. Ignoring the fact that my dog is called Bruno for this exact reason. TU. What's a... Hell yeah. This one. Full screen. Go. What's up? What's up? You are my fire. Hell yeah, okay. The one desire, believe when I say I want it that way. We are two worlds apart, can't reach to your heart when you say that I want it that way. Tell me why ain't nothing but a heartache. Tell me why ain't nothing but a mistake. Tell me why I never wanted you say I want it that way. Am I your fire, your one desire? Yes, I know it's too late, but I want it that way. Tell me why ain't nothing but a heartache. Tell me why ain't nothing but a mistake. Tell me why I never wanna hear you say I want it that way. Now I can see that full little. I don't know this bit. Okay, soda pop. I get into songs and I just don't know the next bit. I don't know the Korean bits in soda pop, but the Saha boys. Hey, 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 hey. Don't want you, need you, yeah, I need you to fill me up. Miss I go, by the in the got a feeling that, oh yeah, you could be everything that I need. Taste so sweet, every sip makes me want more, yeah. Looking like snacks, you gotta like that. Take a big bite, what another bite, yeah. Now what I'm with it, what it, now but feel up in your feeling. When you're in my arms, I hold you so tight, can't let go, no, not tonight. 이건 단짠 난 바지 자롭잖아 네가 down 나도 tonight. Cause I need you to need me. I'm empty, you feed me so refresh. She my little soda pop. You're all I can think of. Every drop I drink of. You're my soda pop, my little soda pop. Cool me down, you're so hot. Pour me up, I won't stop. You're my soda pop, my little soda pop. Make me wanna flip the top. How I'm gonna make it hit the spot. Every little drip and drop, frizz and pop. Some dog is getting hot. Yes, I'm sipping when it's dripping. Now it's done. I need a second round and pour it out. And don't you stop till my soda pop fizzles. 정열이 왔다군요. 나 전달이지 없어. Oh, I waited so long for a taste of soda, so the wait is over, baby. Come and fill me up, just can't get enough. You're all I can think of, every drop I drink of. You're my soda pop, my little soda pop. Cool me down, you're so hot. Pour me up, I won't stop. You're my soda pop, my little soda pop. I'll drink every drop. I'll do your idol. Where's that? Stop going to the. We should stop bringing me to the page. Bring me your idol. Let me play this fucking. Look, I know his. I know his part in your idol, but that's about it. Sireia, vosso vei favira, maledictuceru, inflama citana. I'll be your idol, keeping you in check, keeping you obsessed. Play me on repeat with a G in your head. Anytime it hurts, play another verse. I can be a sanctuary. No, I'm the only one right now. I will love you more when it all burns down. More than power, more than gold. Yeah, you gave me your eye, now I'm earpiece. I'm the only one who will love your sins. Feel the way my voice gets underneath your skin. Listen, cause I'm preaching to the choir. Can I get the mic a little higher? Give me your desire. I can be the star you rely on. You want hold each year, you can't look away. Don't you know I'm here to save you? Now you're running wild. Yeah, I'm all you need. I'ma be your idol. Hell yeah. It's even I'm your idol. Thank you for the pain, cause it got me going viral. Oh yeah, Nadiano fever, making you a believer. Not a wanted, but I'm an idol. Don't let it show, keep it all inside. Pain and the shame, keep it out of sight. Your obsession, it's our connection. I'm so good, give me all your attention. You know I'm the only one who will love your sins. Feel the way my voice gets underneath your skin. Listen, cause I'm preaching to the choir. Can I get the mic a little higher? Give me your desire. I can be the star you rely on. One of these here, you can't look away. Don't you know I'm here to save you? Now we running wild. Yeah, I'm all you need. I'ma be your idol. Teehee. Be your idol, living in your mind now. Too late, cause you're mine now. Will make you free when you're all a part of me. Listen, cause I'm required. Can I get the mic a little higher? Give me your desire. Watch you set your world on fire. You want all these here, you can't look away. No one is coming to save you. Now we want a while. You're down on your knees, I'ma be your idol. I fucked that up so bad. Boy, damn. Moonbeam Maze. So I saw Benson Boone. Backstreet Back. Oh fuck. I don't even know if I know that song. Everybody, yeah, rock your body, yeah, everybody, Backstreet Back, alright. That's about all I know. I don't know if I know One More Time either. I might know One More Time, hold up. If it's by Daft Punk, I might know it actually. I've had it looked up before, okay? Oh, that's Britney Spears. I don't think I know this well enough. Unfortunately. There are so many One More Time songs. Dancing Queen. Why the fuck is that here? Wait, under karaoke actually. T here. Mamma Mia. You know what? Yeah, fuck it. I'll do Mamma Mia. What is Dancing Chrono? I don't actually think I know that. Don't go wasting your emotion. Lay Hi August. Lay Okay. Okay, we'll do this one, and then I'm gonna do Lay All Your Love on Me. Speaking of ABBA, oh, yes. Like, see by Olivia Rodrigo. I don't know any. I know like one Olivia Rodrigo song, and that's All I Want. Winner Takes It All. I'll add that to my list. We'll do this one, then we'll do Lay All Your Love, and then we'll do Winner Takes It All. I've been cheated by you since I don't know when. So I made up my mind, it must come to an end. Look at me now, will I ever learn? I don't know how, but I suddenly lose control. There's a fire within my soul. Just one look and I can hear a bell ring. One more look and I forget everything. Oh, Mamma Mia, here I go again. My, how can I resist ya? Mamma Mia, does it show again? My, just how much I miss ya. Yes, I've been broken hearted, bruised since the day we parted. Why did I ever let you go, Mamma Mia? Now I really know, my, I could never let you go. Yeah. I've been angry and sad about the things that you do. I can't count all the times that I told you were through. Whoops. And when you go and you slam the door, I think you know that you won't be away too long. You know that I'm not that strong. Just one look and I can hear a bell ring. One more look and I forget everything. Whoa, Mamma Mia, here I go again. My, how can I resist you? Mamma Mia, does it show again? My, just how much I've missed ya. Yes, I've been broken hearted, blue since the day we parted. Why did I ever let you go, Mamma Mia? If I even say bye-bye, leave me now or never, Mamma Mia. It's a game we play, bye-bye, doesn't mean forever, Mamma Mia. Here I go again, my, how can I resist you, Mamma Mia? Does it show again, my, just how much I've missed you? Yes, I've been broken hearted, blue since the day we parted. Why did I ever let you go, Mamma Mia? Now I really know, my, I can never let you go. Okay, we want, what was it next? Lay All Your Love on Me, and then Winner Takes It All. This one. Why is there another Mamma Mia? It's been a hot minute since I've sung all this. Hold up. Yes. Which one? What are you throwing at me? Sabotage? I don't know a lot of Laufey songs. Laufey? Is it Laufey or Laufey? I've had both, which is weird. It's just Laffy. How the fuck do you pronounce Laufey? Laufey? I don't know a lot of her songs. I know, From the Start. That's about it. Unfortunately. I know that because a good kid. Ugh. Yeah, just remember that. Yeah. I wasn't jealous before we met. Now every woman I see is a potential threat. And I'm possessive, it isn't nice. You've heard me saying that smoking was my only vice. Leve, okay. But now it isn't true. Now everything is new. And all I've learned has overturned. I beg of you. Don't go wasting your emotion. Lay all your love on me. Oh, fuck. Sorry. It was like shooting a sitting duck. A little small talk, a smile, and baby, I was stuck. Real. I still don't know what you've done with me. A grown-up woman should never fall so easily. I feel a kind of fear when I don't have you near. Unsatisfied, I skip my pride. I beg you, dear. Don't go wasting your emotion. Lay all your love on me. Don't go sharing your devotion. Lay all your love on me. God damn, this song goes on forever. I've had a few little love affairs. They didn't last very long and they've been pretty scarce. I used to think I was sensible. It makes the truth even more incomprehensible. 'Cause everything is new, and everything is you. And all I've learned has overturned. What can I do? Don't go wasting your emotion. Lay all your love on me. What do you mean? Don't go sharing your devotion. Lay all your love on me. But what? Don't go wasting your emotion. Lay all your love on me. I didn't know you sang. I'm gonna catch you singing. Don't go sharing your devotion. How many times is it gonna repeat? Lay all your love on me. Don't go wasting your emotion. Lay all your love on me. Oh, that's right, it's done. I feel like I sing the same things, the same genres. I sing pretty much the same thing every time. You know what? Like, I'm so tempted to just be like 100 bits and I'll do drunk Pokemon. But like, look, I've got 3 hours left of stream. I'm going until my partner gets home because we're playing Skate together tonight. Because we've been obsessed. And so I don't know if drinking is the smartest idea. He might be. Hold on, let me message him actually. Let me message him and be like, hey, would you hate me if I drank tonight? Just be like, hey, so, he'd probably say yes if I'm being real. he loves me, don't get me wrong, but we don't know, dude. Cool. Yeah, no. I'll message him. Be like, hey, would you hate me if I did this? He's saying when you celebrate affiliate and saying you gotta be to a birthday celeb. Hell yeah. I need fuck my birthday soon. God, that's so weird. I was thinking about it the other day, right? And hold on, we'll go to chatting for this. Hold up. Anyway, I I was thinking about like, you know, that my birthday's coming up, right? I turn 20. I become like I'm getting close to becoming like an actual adult. And that scares me. I consider 21 to be an adult, by the way. Just because that's when you can drink in America, so I consider that to be adult. Anyway, it's it's such a weird feeling because I don't feel like I'm about to turn 20. It's it's insane. I honestly I don't think I'm ever gonna feel, like I am. Hey, you turned 20 not that long after me, okay? I don't want to hear it out of you. The fuck was that? Yeah, I'm only 19. Why? What? Are you gonna tell me you're like ancient? No, but like it's such a weird feeling. I'm pretty sure you swore you're 18. Yeah, that was last year. I had a birthday. And I'm about to have another one. Yeah, I know you're a month after me. That's not too long after me. You're a month and like you're a month and a fair few days. Um telling you I'm not saying you're ancient. No, I know. As I'm saying, you're gonna tell me you're ancient. You are ancient. You know who's ancient? My 23-year-old partner. He's ancient, if anything. Like, though, just specifically him. Anyone else who's 23? No, they're a decent age. They're a normal age, right? He's not 23 yet. He's still 22. But, um, I bully him so much for being old. I'm just surprised how old you've gotten real. I I was it was like last week, I think. He hurt his back at work, right? I bullied him the entire time it was healing, calling him old. It was just like he just like, he fucked up a muscle, right? Wasn't an age thing, it was just unlucky. I bullied him so long for being old. I was like, oh, you got old man back. He's like, shut up. I love bullying people for being older than me. August is the exception. I will never bully August for being older than me. Or Cadaver or Bun. They're the exceptions. I won't bully them for being older than me. I will bully Riggs though, Cal, so just... You ever start calling him old in front of me, I'm joining in full force. You bully them? Isn't he only like literally a year older than us? He's not that much older than us, which I think is really funny. Your back already hurts? I'm gonna be so real, so does mine. existing hurts. You know what I want to do? Hold on, I gotta get real close for this. You know what I want to do? I want to watch ghost stories and get drunk. I want to watch ghost shit. I watch the ghost videos and like say, haha, that's so fake. You know? Vampire, we can turn 50 and still considered young. Yep. I think it's really funny. I was thinking about like my law, right? And I it's really funny because I'm older than Australia in my law. Okay, I'm older than colonized Australia. I should clarify. I'm much older than colonized Australia. Oh wait. Is this consent to drink? Look at my photos from ages 7 about 16. Nothing changed. Oh my god, yes, same. I look at myself. Um, I'll look at pictures of myself, and I'll just be like, I look exactly the same as I did when I was 12. Like I very much looked different when I was like 5 because I was a short, fat kid. I'm not even gonna sit there and lie about it. I was. Anyway, yeah, like I looked so different when I was like I turned like 7. I turned like 7 or 8, right? I I looked the same all the way up till like pretty much now with occasional growth spurts every now and then. But your character's 2 years older than you and 8 inches taller than you. If I recall correctly, okay. In my law, I look different every year. Yeah, because you dye your hair so much. That's why. I definitely had a few years where I looked very much different because I did dye my hair. But like, if you just cut those years out of my life, you wouldn't even think I'm any different how I was when I was 14. Like, I don't look much different. I kind of just stopped aging. Like, I know you do. I like dyeing my hair too. I just can't right now. I'm growing it out and I don't want to kill it. It was, what was I saying? Oh yeah, in my law, I'm like close to 2000 in age. Because it's like, you know what, fuck it. We want it to be old. Oh wait, so my face shape changed. I, unfortunately, have been stuck at a very similar weight my entire life. And I used to do a lot of sports, but I was still at that weight. So I just kind of like gave up. And I've been at the same weight pretty much the entire time. Like I'm not fat, but I'm not skinny. I'm not gonna sit there and pretend I'm a little twig. You know? I do have a stomach and I do have a fat ass. We're coming over. You showed him kitty photos? Oh my god. Wait, that's kind of cute. I once sent my partner a video folder of all these photos of me as a baby, by the way. Like of me as like an infant. And he was like, "Oh, you look the same." I'm like, "That was a baby. I barely had any features as a baby. What do you mean I look the same?" What? I gotta like I really gotta like figure out how I'm gonna lose my weight because like I don't like being the weight I am, but I've done so much to try and lose it that it just doesn't work. So one photo of Ian, huh? And writing a card kept teasing me, Mr. Steal Your Girl. Hey, that's what you are. You're gonna sit there and deny it. I'm honestly, I'm still on a high from hitting 300. Ain't gonna lie. I'm still in a bit of a success high. Do you guys wanna watch? Do you guys wanna watch? You wanna watch spooky videos? You wanna watch spooky videos? Where is he? Dead. Oh wait, no, that's bad. He's not. I promise. He's stealing men's attention. What? Yup. What's up? What the fuck? That's adorable! I love that so much. Holy shit. I was worried it was gonna be something about you know who, because I was so panicked. Oh my god, I freaked out a little bit. My heart kind of dropped. Oh my god, wait, I love that so much. Basically doxing yourself? Yeah, no, please don't do that. Please do not dox yourself. I want everyone to be safe. Yeah, no, you went, hey, so, and I was like, oh fuck, what happened? What have you found? Trust me, I do trust you. I do trust you. I'm saving this. I'm keeping this forever. Oh, I love that. You know what? No, I'm putting that up on screen. Everyone's seeing it right now. Everyone's seeing this today. Don't save this to my model folder. Hold up. Wait. No. Just go here. If it was, you know, he wouldn't be as odd. Okay. Okay. Cool. Cool. I'm just gonna name this E. Because I do have an R. Everyone's seeing this today. Image. E. Look at this! Look how pretty this is. It's gonna cover my face for now. Look how pretty it is. Look at that. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. How did that? How did that? This one photo of me with my hair like this father's workplace, and I was literally limp wristed. What do you mean limp wristed? Like dinosaurs? Or like, I'm so confused what you mean by limp wristed. He never went away. I know, it's so pretty. But I actually love that. I love that art so much. Hold on, wait. We're getting confirmation on whether I'm allowed to drink or not tonight. Sketching while listening. Yeah, I love it. I love it so much. Your wrist will limp? What does that mean? I have permission. Like, yeah, like numb? What's going on? We'll go back a little bit so I'm not up in your faces. Yeah, what do you mean limp wristed? Oh, like, oh, okay, so gay hand. Cool. I always called it gay hand. I get it now. I get it. I understand. Okay, I have consent to drink. I'm gonna run and go grab a glass so I can make my drink. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Okay, I haven't touched this Malibu in like 4 months. It's been sitting in my alcohol cupboard, on my alcohol shelf, for the past, yeah, for literally the past 6 months. I'm not gonna die, it's alcohol, it can't kill me, but I just think it's funny. Okay. You're gonna hear me pour this shit, okay? We're getting drunk. That was way too much. Fuck. Okay, that's that down. Close up the Malibu so I don't spill it and waste all my money's worth. It hasn't been 6 months, it's been 9 months. It's been a whole baby. That's how long it's been. Okay. I forgot how coconutty Malibu is. I go eat Pookie. We're gonna watch some ghost stuff. That's what we're gonna do. Or, hear me out. I do drunk Pokemon, like I've been meaning to for forever. What Pokemon do I even have? Put it on the live list. Bruh. Okay, go EP. I'm gonna figure out what I'm gonna do. It's been so long since I've had, honestly, any alcohol in my system. Hee. Open this shit back up. Ooh, fuck, why my phone loud? I like and repost that. Okay. Now we figure out what the fuck to do. What can I do actually? What do I have open? I can't play Skate because that will kill my PC. What would be really funny to play drunk? My tee. I was like, why am I getting pinged so many times? Eesh cow. And sub because I love it. I love it so much. Hold on, wait. No, get rid of the sub. Get the... this one. There we go. That's so much better. I have no idea what to do. I can't play Dead by Daylight. That will kill me. Fuck. I just wanna find things. You know what? Yeah, I will do Pokemon. Hell yeah. Just which Pokemon do I have? Because I know I have a Pokemon 3DS legally. I just don't know what it's called. That's the other one. Oh wait, no, wait, that is the right one. Right? It is. It is. Okay, let me see which ones I have. It won't open. Oh, never mind. Okay, can I... You know what? Fuck it. We'll play Alpha Sapphire. How many people have played Pokemon Alpha Sapphire? Oh shit. My secret. Mega Ruby Alpha Sapphire. You haven't? Oh my god. It's been, look. The Helia Auras? Hell yeah. Did you play Omega Ruby? Was it, please tell me you played Omega Ruby. Your 3DS isn't? Your 3DS isn't? Damn. That's super unfortunate. I honestly... Hey, look. I have like 6. I'm being so real. I've got 6 DSs, 3DSs. I have 6. Oh, hold on, wait. I will actually go grab them right now. I don't have any DS anymore. I've only got 3DSs and new 3DSs. And I also have a Switch Lite, which is on my bed currently because I've been finishing the main story of Violet on it. I wanna stream I wanna connect my Switch, but one, it's a Switch Lite, and two, I don't have a uh capture card, so I can't. If we trade for one of them, maybe depends. They all have meaning to me. One of them, the first was the first one I got. One of them was the one I completed. I think it was actually Ruby, Omega Ruby on it. That's too precious to me. Yeah, all my shit has meaning to me. So I have rules for this. Okay, I have rules. Every um like after every battle, like gym battle and shit, I will take 2 drinks. It's a gym and rival battle. I will take 2 drinks. Every feint, I will take a shot. Right? You know, not too bad. Right? Easy, pretty simple. I just get everything to fucking connect, please. Alpha Sapphire. Can I just make you full screen? There we go. Look at that. Oh wait, it won't. Okay, I got this. I got this. What? Oh wait, actually. Wait, there's my cartridge of UTK on there. Do it. Do it. See if you can. Um. So it seems that this is broken, and I may not actually be able to. Okay. Okay, so that's working now. No, not multiplayer. Was it doing that and I just wasn't noticing? I swear. Oh, why is it quiet? Why is my sound off? Hello? Hold on, give me a minute. Audio. It's so. Hey, that's Pokemon noises. Oh! Jesus Christ, that was loud. You found one, like, actually? Look, as much as I love Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire, Did I change that properly? Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire. Wait, isn't that kind of cheap? I mean, like, outside of the world. I keep you waiting. You should be. I got a lot of Pokemon. My name is Birch. Everyone calls me the Pokemon Professor. That's what we call Pokemon. Am I playing Sapphire? Finally inhabited by creatures known as Pokemon. $50-30. Fuck Jesus. That's so much for a game. Especially an old one. I mean, yeah, a little bit old. Sapphire and Omega Sapphire? I know, it's disappointing. I'm sorry. I apologize. It's been so long since I've played this one specifically. What about you? Are you? Oh wait, no, I'm on a call. Hold up. I'm a woman. My name? Can I actually have the presser? The pueso. In Platinum, my character class has a Wii in it. I'm pretty sure like they've done that in pretty much every game. Like in every game for a while they've done that. I see. You're that the pueso. Thank you, thank you. Favorite talent? I am. Weird. I am ready. I just took a drink for courage, I guess. Moving to a new place. Can only make Pokemon every universe? That's actually so true. It'd sort of be like how, you know, people could play skate, but it's like, you know, they could go out and play, like, actually, you know, get on a skateboard. I can't. I'd actually break my wrist doing it. I loved the style of this game and like the half chibi they did. It's so cute. I love it so much. What I didn't like was BDSP, if I'm being so honest. BDSP honestly sucked a little bit. You're here at last. Wasn't it tough riding in the back of the bumpy moving truck all the way? Why was I in the truck? You clearly got here some way. Why didn't I go with you? That's always confused me. Why are we in the back of the moving truck and not with our mother? Hey, mate, play a game where you're playing yourself? Real. Honestly. Like, seriously though, why didn't she take us with her? She clearly has some way of getting there. Unless she went in the back of a moving truck too, but then why the fuck wasn't she with us? Little Root Town, what do you think is gonna be in your home? BDSP is a massive disappointment. It is. Oh my god, it so is. Look, I loved Diamond and Pearl. Don't get me wrong. I loved it so much. I hated BDSP. This game was so good. Yeah. And then BDSP. What was actually next after ORAS? It was... Well, this was the first of the reboots, technically. Right? Oh, well, not counting, like, Let's Go and shit. This was still before Let's Go. I'm, like, not counting Black 2, White 2, because they're the sequels, not reboots. As a massive Sinnoh fan, your hopes were high? Really? What was the first reboot? We're not counting, like, Yellow and shit, because they're technically the same line of games, not a reboot. Oh shit, yeah, Leaf Green, Fire Red. Wait, weren't those the first games? Isn't that still in Gen 1? This counts as like Gen 6 though. ORAS is... No, Heart Gold and Soul Silver were Heart Gold and Soul Silver to begin with. I'm like 90% sure they were Heart Gold and Soul Silver to begin with. Leaf Green is Gen 3? Huh? Fuck off. Jesus Christ, my Pokemon knowledge is out the fucking window today. I could have sworn that it was always Heart Gold. It wasn't like... my fucking god, yeah, of course there is. Jesus. I'm tired. Jesus, I'm really bad at this whole Pokemon thing. They were the Gen 2 games. Yeah. I knew Heart Gold and Soul Silver were Gen 2, but it's nice in here. Right. Wagwa. Is this the one where my dad's a gym leader, or is that a different game? Was that this gen? I don't remember. I think that was this gen. Yeah, but look, we got a Wii U here. See? Look at that. Let me investigate it, please. Okay, can I go to bed? I did massive quality jump from Black and White dodgy Game Boy. Down limited 3-dimensional character next gen. This is a game? Okay. I remember that at least. It's a Wii U, it has a gamepad with a screen. Yeah, like every fucking DS did. The Wii U was the original Switch. I might like this program. Better get going. The fucking where? Where are we going, huh? To the professor. Oh my god, I have to set the game could they be playing? So many games. Gotta set the time? Fuck, what is the time? They're playing Persona 3 on the Wii U! Real. Playing literally any fucking Persona game. 2039. That is the time, yeah. I hate how accurate it gets with the time shit. Like, again, it's connected to my PC and my PC has a fucking clock, but still, goddamn. Yeah, I haven't figured out how to help us. You should make sure that everything's a little clearer on your desk. Yeah, my book's here, Mum. I can see it. Hey, look at that, my book. Please don't kill that patient on the Wii U. Hell yeah. There are so many good Wii U games. I miss so many of them, if I'm being honest. I'm just gonna chug this drink real quick. Oh god. I chugged that, I regret it. Media shower and Sasha. Oh, it's already ended. I sure your dad was on, but we missed his part. What a shame. I'm saying one of Dad's friends in this town, Professor Birch is his name. He lives right next door. You should go over and introduce yourself. He goes his medical license. Hey, I've got a great medical license. Woman, where is the man? The Poiso. Uh-huh. That's me. I moved here from Petalburg. Never said he's the same age as you. Isn't that fucking... Isn't that what's his face? The annoying little shit? Oh, fuck. Of course it's not. It's the other man. The main character. They made him look so much taller in the in the little cutscene than he actually is, and I think that's so funny. Right, and Diamond and Pearl. I'm so glad you knew exactly who I was talking about. Oh my god, he's so annoying. He just fucking transcends everything. I am thinking of a different stone, you're so right. I should play Pearl on stream one time. Because he keeps on being- he's so annoying! Oh my god, he is. Him and Bianca are like tied for my least favorite rivals in any Pokemon game. Oh yeah, and Hop and How as well. Hop, How, Barry, and Bianca fucking suck, and I hate them all. Hop and How because they're just so annoying, and they pull you into different things when you don't want to be in different things. And then just Barry and Bianca because they appear out of fucking nowhere and they're blonde. I don't like blonde people. And the boy's up, yes. Didn't you kid him just move next door? I didn't know you'd be a girl. What do you think I'd be, a man? Like, I like Lucas though. Lucas was, he was the other. Wait, who the fuck is Lucas? I feel like Lucas was an Arceus, but I could be wrong. I feel like he's Sinnoh. Diamond Pro Tag? Yeah, okay, so he is. So it's Lucas and Dawn that are the Diamond and Pearl Pro Tags. Okay. I'm so glad I was right. His name isn't Lucas in Arceus, unfortunately. It's like Ray or something. Where's that the female Pro Tag's name? I don't know. There's like Ray and Dawn or something. They're either the same person or they appear at the same time. I don't remember. Here's the gym leader. I sort of hope we go. Who the heck is Ray? It's actually R-I-E, I'm pretty sure. Like Ray. That's either the pro tag in Diamond and Pearl. Not Diamond and Pearl. Legends Arceus. Hold up. Legends. Arceus. Male rival. Ray or Akari? R-E-A. No, not Ray is a Ray of Light. R-E-I. Yeah. Arceus. Legends Arceus. I kind of fuck with Ray's design, honestly. I mean, like, it's just Lucas, but, you know. I think in Legends Arceus, the one I hated the most was that Meliu person. I hated him so much. He was so, like, up himself that it was genuinely annoying. And he's Brendan. I guess we're still neighbors, so nice to meet you. Let's be friends, okay? Do you have any Pokemon? If you want, I can catch you one. Oh, wait, I forgot. If you're going to tell my dad catch some wild Pokemon. Some other time, okay? It's okay. I'll go help your dad from being eaten by a dog. Don't you worry about it. Don't you worry about it, little man. I haven't played Omega Ruby Alpha. Why are you sneaking around? I think I hear someone screaming up ahead. What should I do? What should we do? Route 101. Yeah, it's just fucking... Where the fuck is Lucas? Not Lucas, Brendan. He's supposed to be helping his dad, so... Please help me out. In my bag, there's some Pokeballs. Okay, who are we picking? Who am I picking as my starter? Trico, Torchic, or Mudkip? I kind of fuck with Torchic because I love Blaziken, but Mudkip is such a little man. Imagine if I shiny hunted on stream. I feel like I would cry. It would take me so long. Okay, I'm going with Torchic. Yeah. Yeah, hi Torchic. Wait. Scratch that shit. Am I a woman? Oh no, it's the man with the butt on his butt. Whoops. Bend that bitch. God damn. This isn't a place for a chat though. Come along to my lab. Come to my lab, Winsett. Oh, sorry, that makes it really weird. Come to my lab. I shall show you my Pokemon. They're very precious. I read you from your father. He said you don't have your Pokemon yet. It's true, there's Pokemon back there. Also, you really are your father's daughter. Thanks for rushing out there. How would I get the Pokemon you used earlier? I received Torchic. Holy shit. No. I'm fine. Happy to hear it. He can help you. He can, Jesus. He can teach you what it means to be a trainer. Almost on the way. Just the Aryan Avenue Pokemon Ave Plus. You just see how to get through there. What Brennan to be. If you take it from rest, back in your house. Got it. Why can't I run? I don't like that I can't run. I can run. Sorry. Next, there's hello? Save the game. Oh look, I've done so much Pokemon in the past like 2 fucking weeks, just like off screen. Do this. Hear me out here. Close this down. Close it. Yes, I would. I'm just saying, I'm gonna get rid of Pokemon. I wanna find something to do. That isn't gonna like kill me. Anything I can do? Do I have anything? I have my installs at the moment. Down. I'm already like brain deading. I am searching for things. I can't play Hollow Knight. Hold on. Let me open this up. Can we see? Could at least see chat. Okay. Trying to think of things I can do. What does she mean musical song on a step? I'm very confused on what I can play right now. I'm really lost. I am gonna be right back. Because I have to, my mom's messaging me, so I gotta respond to that. And I'll find a game to play. I promise. Okay. I still have no idea what I'm gonna play, but my mother's finished messaging me, so that's good enough, I guess. Um, I genuinely have no idea. I'm actually really lost. Hold on, wait. Who do I know that's awake right now? Who do I know that's awake and not busy right now? He's not awake. I'm not awake. I'm not awake. I'm not awake. I'm honestly so stuck. I am lost and confused. I need game suggestions. What the fuck are you? I am so lost. I was gonna like just sing, but I can't sing forever because that will actually kill my voice. But I'm gonna bring that down a little bit. Jesus Christ, I'm tired. I'm so eepy. I'm not like eepy, but I guess, I don't know. I'm trying my best. So I could risk opening this and then I don't want to risk opening that though, it's the issue. What can I risk opening that isn't gonna kill my PC? You know what? Fuck it, we'll play some Peak. Peak will work. What do you mean it's updating? Oh, you suck. While we wait for it to update. If it will. I'm actually kind of mad it needs to update now. I need a lot of things. Actually, you know what? Open up this WoW file of mine. Oh wait, can I? The plan. I'm zooming on my face a little bit. Oh. Hell yeah. Wait, which screen is it going on? Which one? I changed my profile picture to the one that Callum made me. Is it gonna open? Hello? There we go. Finally, my god. And then we do this. Oh shit. My secret. Game. Peak. Game. Peak. Peak. That's actually so bright. Play offline. I have no friends to play with. How high are my settings right now? It's causing me to look like I'm in slow motion. Yeah, nah. Graphics. Low. Low. Oh, you should be actually off. Low. Low. Off. Desync off. I have to de-siren for this. Next frame rate. Bring that back down to 30. So it isn't taking up so much. General field of view. Invite only. Yeah. I'm turning the shadows back on. Respectfully. You can't even see how pretty I am. I'm so very pretty. That's how low I have to have my things. That's just sad. Can I close a few things? Will that save me? Let's see how well I can do this by myself. How well can I peek? I'm breathing shit and I'm getting distracted. Okay, yeah, we're de-sirening for this. Beat a backpack. Big luggage. A flare. I want that. Another flare. Oh wow. Look, the peak of the mountain. Holy shit. I want them. Thank you for following. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Hell yeah. The peak of the mountain. Oh, shit. Get down. I welcome in. Sorry, I'm like surprisingly focused on this. Can't jump. Hello? Just forget how to jump? What happened? What happened? Oh. Anything fun in here? Guess that's sort of fun. Go. Back over there. And this. And oh. Go, 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 go. Why do you have a chain? What? What is happening? Wee. Oh wait. Jumping off a cliff is a bad idea in this game. I'm getting too used to skate. I'm very lost. I just try to get to the top of the mountain. I need to get to my friends. You know what? I'm taking a drink for that. I'm disappointed in myself. I'm mad at myself for that. The switch up is insane. Why did you have a chain then? What was the chain for? What's going on? What's going on with that? Like, you can't just come in here. You can't come in here with a chain and then say you're part of the welcoming committee on a deserted island. What welcoming committee? Fixing the local wishing. Why would a wishing well need? Oh yeah, because it's a well. Why would it need a chain? Isn't it rope? To be fair, if you're saying rope, it'd be much funnier. For the bucket, yeah, I got that bit, but like, why a chain? Why not a rope? The rope break too easily. Oh my god, already? Hell yeah. I will take one of those, thank you. Oh, hey, look at that. And you just keep going. Okay. You have to go in there. Actually, I'm gonna put you in there, and I'm gonna take you out. You go on my back. Let's go. Onwards! They shouldn't donate chains for last long. I hope the community likes it. Look at you being caring. Caring and shit. So hi bites. Red ones are good, right? Okay. I think it's just the green ones that are bad. It's been a hot minute since I've tried to play Peak by myself. What the fuck are you gonna use that for? Huh? What? What is happening? I feel like I'm both too sober and also not sober enough to understand what's happening here. Damn, it was too close, wanna. I was too close. Shit. What is happening? You gotta do that's just a metal pipe. That is a 9-foot rebarb. Rebarb? Oh, first aid. Power. Oh shit. Power. I know how to blink. You're laughing as a gang leader. Okay. Okay. Whatever makes you happy, buddy. Neighborhood tough guy, is that why you were swinging the chain like that? Yeah, you were getting in character. Yep. Acting. Yeah. No, no, the fog rises. I'm not ready. I'm not ready for the fog rises. I'm doing okay. I hit 300. I'm at 301 now. Yippee. You know, I never played. This is like my only time playing by myself on stream. I always have at least someone with me. But I haven't been able to stream with anyone recently because I've been busy with school stuff whenever I'm getting asked about streams. And I have to say no, and then I feel bad because I've got plans. And then when I do go to stream, it's too late for them. And then I can't play with my friends. And then they start running on 1 hour of sleep and listen to me sing, and then I feel even worse because why the fuck are they listening to me sing? And I'm gonna fall to my death. Wait for the next stream since you're so busy. Hey! I'm dead, which I think is really funny. About to die again. Please let me go. Release me. I'm back down here? You're kidding. I'm actually mad. I'm actually kind of mad about that. I'm just... I think I'm going the wrong way. Oh shit! I don't make it. I didn't make it. Give me this. Yep. What is that? Oh. Wait, I've got a message. I know who it's from. It is one of my many friends. He's more than a friend. He's gonna hate me. I'm surprised he doesn't, honestly. Surprised he doesn't hate me. He should, realistically. He should hate me. It's so cool being popular and all. God, I wish. Oh. Honestly, I wish. If I was popular, oh. I feel like... I don't know, I've got like this constant anxiety because I don't want to become like popular, but I also do because, you know, who doesn't want to become popular? Like, it's like a want for a bunch of people. I don't think I know anyone who'd willingly sit there and go, no, I don't want anyone to know who I am. I don't want to be popular. Probably introverts, but shit, that's on them, I guess. That's all on them. If they want to be, if they Well, team, we had to cancel because we don't have enough players. Oh, that's so unfortunate. How sad. It's very sad. I got distracted. Pointing only towards the anime and gaming clubs, as they should. Send it to the art clubs too. The art clubs need more money. Can you talk to the school counselor? Can you talk to the school about sending the art club more money? We need a bunch more because we want to get the fancy paintbrushes. God, when did I technically meet you? I'm just trying to think. I think I met you like, fuck, I don't know. It was a while ago. We first interacted, and then I just kind of forgot you existed because I didn't stream for forever. So then I started following you. So I can't climb. No. Can I make it up there? A few times in case you're pretty busy. Oh, A cannon! Fuck am I gonna do with a cannon? Can't do shit with a cannon. Energy drink. Where'd my drink go? My drink! My drink! I got it. We're fine. Everything's okay. The wink has been saved. Ow. Ouchie. Where the fuck am I going? What? Your friends pulled up right here. But, okay. Wait, is that the yellow one or green? I'm colorblind. Is that yellow or green? I think that's yellow. Yes! Yellow. Any more yellow? No more yellow. Yeah, that was really funny. Is this some alternate reality where the Can I balance up yet? Oh, I can. Oh my god, this is so good. I'm doing so well. You sound so defeated. Oh my god, what kind of trauma do you have? Are you good? Do I need to get you into a therapist? Moved on to the next character, I figured. You're really into this whole acting in my chat thing. It's kind of fun. I know what OC means. This may come as a surprise, but I did RP as a kid. I say as a kid, but like I mean a teenager. I was an RP kid. I unfortunately know what the word means. Oh my god, you're making me feel bad. I know it's a character, but you're actually making me feel bad. Oh, I feel really bad. This is breaking my heart a little bit. I'm bad for whatever trauma this character's gone through. No, don't say it. No, you just sounded so dejected. Oh, that was really good. I don't even know what the character was meant to be, but if it was meant to be a sad man, then you got it pretty well done. Oh, climb up, climb up, climb up! You just look like Leela, who's also a welcome community member. Yeah, you are. Well. Plot twist, these characters are just the same character the entire time, and he's just going through a lot. Looky here. Look what the catwag did. Go up! Climb! Food? Oh, hell yeah. That's green. I didn't mean to eat that. Whoops. What the fuck? Actually, this honestly seems pretty easy. If I can get up there, I can pretty much just climb all the way up that and then just go along those. How the fuck is there a floating island? How much good shit's gonna be up there? Jean Jackets leaves a torn. I'm wondering the same thing. How do you not know how your jean jacket sleeves are torn? How do you not know that? Okay, why do gangbangers? I don't know. Like, is waiting. That is a forget about my friend. What friend? What? I don't have friends. Oh yeah, no, I've been responding to him. It's my partner, he's not a friend. No, it's my husband. That's why I said it was more than a friend. I made it. It's really funny. I was watching because I have a domestic situation. What do you mean a domestic situation? What? No, he's just being weird at my DMs. Oh, fuck yeah. Ja. Okay. Okay. No, he's a little weird. That's all. He a little goofy sometimes. It's okay. It's okay. I still love him. Even if he's a dork. Oh my god, I'm getting all the good shit. How high up can I make this go? Not into the weeds. God. You're making it sound weirder than it is. Down to earth, huh? I remember correctly when I met you, you were very far from earth. Oh, hold on, wait, don't do this. Yeah. Totally grounded. Uh-huh. I fucked up a little bit. Okay, can I climb now? Yes. Where the fuck am I supposed to go? No, this would make more sense. You're a spaceman? Aww. Unfortunate. Okay, how quickly can I do this? Oh wait, is that a hole? Holes! I love holes! Pause. Okay. Okay. We're lower than we were before. Fuck. Can you backseat? No. Get out of my car. I don't know how you got in here. Lefter? How am I supposed to go lefter? Am I still walking? I fell. Oopsies. Up a days. Where the fuck am I supposed to go? Should I have a plan? I have a pretty decent plan. It involves a lot of walking and hitting my nuts. 15. Oh, left with 15 degrees to the right. Okay, okay. My nuts again. I hit my metaphorical nutsack on the vine. Oh, that one actually hurt. Where am I going? Oh, shit. You're green. I don't want green. You don't feel like being mean? That's okay. Everyone's a little mean sometimes. You're fine. It's fine. I'm getting messaged again. He's supposed to be at work. I don't know why he's messaging me so much. To be fair, it may be a little bit my fault. I did message him first. I can't really, like, blame him for responding. I do have a lot of faith in myself right now. I'm doing better, like, with alcohol in my system than I do when I'm sober. I don't know how that works. The fog rises? Fuck off! No fog! Fuck the fog! Oh, that way. That's the trick. Drinking? Drinking's the trick? Good to know. Good. Drinking seems to solve everything. Yeah. Heal myself up a little bit. Okay. I got the sleepies. I should have gone that way, shouldn't I? Fuck. I've got this! How do I, where can I shoot? Where can I go? Where am I going? Hello? I don't know if I want to go up there, if I want to... I can go over there. Hold on. Let me make sure that's not trying to hit the vine. What happened? Oh, hell yes. Oh, it's there. Okay. Oh. Okay. Is that, it's okay, that's pretty close to somewhere where I can just grab it. He's sending me cute things. He's saying cute shit. My messages get me flustered. He's being cute. Oh, can't do this to me. Okay. Where the fuck my bag? Oh, it's there. I could just see that I was missing my partner. He's messaging me cute things. It is. I love him more than like life itself. I'm obsessed with that man, and I will never, ever shut up about him. Oh. Can't be doing this shit to me. I've been drinking, and he knows it. I asked him for permission to drink. You understand, Crib? I feel bad when I talk about him so much because I'm genuinely basically obsessed with him. Practically. No! It's okay. Okay. It's nice. Yeah. It's nice when we have a partner who actually makes me feel good about myself. Definitely had exes who don't do that. You can literally pretty much ask any of my friends who know some of my exes. They can confirm I've dated some pretty shitty people. And heal myself. You can relate. Yeah. I once there was this chick I dated, and I didn't date her for long, thankfully, but she was unfortunately someone that I met through streaming. Find someone who fits like a puzzle piece. Yeah. Anyway, I met her through like streaming and stuff, and through a mutual friend from streaming. So I met her through streaming by like, um, what's the word? By association, I think the word is that I'm looking for. Anyway, so oh god, oh my progress. I'm back on the island of my chain. I think I am. You lost your puzzle piece? Oh, I'm sorry. Did you find it? Okay. I'm like genuinely though, I'm sorry that you lost them. I am so lucky to be with like my puzzle piece right now. It unfortunately is, and I'm honestly terrified every day that I'm gonna lose him. But you know, all I can do is just, you know, be the best I can for him and just pray that, you know, nothing happens to either of us. Nothing brings either of us apart, you know. Sure, like we have our disagreements every now and then, but we always work through it. I was dating someone who I thought was my puzzle piece. And when I lost him, I I felt like my world was gonna end because, you know, I genuinely had nothing else at the point in my life. I was so away from everything that I had him, and that was it. Like this was when I was still in high school, so I wasn't like, you know, depressed and in my room, but I was really depressed to the point where I didn't want to go to school. I didn't want to get out of bed. I didn't want to do anything. I was just so like I was genuinely I just couldn't. It was so bad. And then, you know, I had to just, you know, get over myself, and that sounds really really harsh, and I don't want it to sound harsh. But that's the literally that's what I had to do. I had to just, you know, had to suck it up, had to go on with my day, go on with my life. But like he fucked me up for I think about a year after the breakup. So he broke up with me literally senior year of high school. and it fucked me up so badly. There goes my progress. There goes literally all of my progress. Anyway. Yeah, no, it was so bad. I wouldn't go to school, I wouldn't eat, I wouldn't anything. And then I got into, funnily enough, it's around the time that I got into like streaming again, because you know, I wanted to do something to distract myself. So I got back into streaming, I started VTubing, I met all like my friends. Oh my god, oh shit. That fucking, you're still best friends though? That's great. Look, at least you still have them in your life. And I feel like that's the best outcome for all of it. I met all my friends through YouTubing, like, after it all. And there was one guy, and I felt really bad for him, but I dated him after the breakup while I was still, like, you know, recovering. And I felt like absolute shit because I saw my ex's car drive past my house and I had a fucking breakdown. And so I had to message him and be like, I can't do this. I'm still in love with him. I can't be with you. This is unfair to you. And then, you know, literally a week after that, I started feeling better, right? And so I got with someone new and he found out and I felt really bad because I think he thought that I just didn't like him. Everyone else seems so lame. Yeah. Look, I'm sure you will find someone who is, like, perfect for you. My partner and I are basically just the same person, different gender. I have to go pee. I'll be back. Why I come back? Okay, I lost my ability to pee a few years back is insane. You should see if stop. No, I think I'm gonna find another thing to play. Find something chill to play. Oh, where was I? Oh yeah. You know. I you know, I got with someone who I'd known for I think 2 years up to that point. You know. We're talking about excretion, but we're not talking about excretions, we were talking about exes. Yeah. No, I dated someone who I met weirdly enough through VR chat. Don't ever date someone from VR chat, by the way. And a masochist? What's the difference between a masochist and a sadist? Oh yeah, sadist is self, right? Masochist is others. Right? That's a difference, right? I'm not insane. I'm pretty sure sadist is... Wait, is masochist self or is sadist self? I think masochist is self. I'm so confused now. Hold up. Yeah, maso is self. Okay. Hold on, let me drink. It was I like Pokemon Smash or Pass. Why? Because I want to. Want the details? If I have? Yeah, I mean I've dated a masochist. I am one. If I've gotta be real, yeah. Okay, hold up. Oh shit. Wrong button. There we go. Pokemon Smash or Bars. Because I want to. Okay, Bulbasaur. This is... what do I... Why am I connected to my Twitch? What the fuck? What does this do? What does connecting my Twitch do? Yeah, that's me. What? Okay, let's do these so we can see the Pokemon better. Huh? Wait, what? I'm so lost. I'm being so honest. I'm extremely lost. I was in there because I was super busy working. Let what out? I'm so confused. What is she letting out? I feel like I'm reading a story and I just... What? Oh, I think I understand now, unfortunately. Damn. Like, is it the reason that I'm probably thinking? You know, why everyone else wears long sleeves? Yeah, that kind of reason? Or was it something else? Okay. Helping a loved one is a good idea. Anyway, I don't want to take away from the dark story you're telling here. But, would we fuck Bulbasaur? Needs professional help? Look, as someone who went through that, genuinely professional help is the best thing you can get for someone. Like, they're probably not gonna want it, because I know I sure as hell didn't. I didn't want it, but I'm, what year is it? 5 years clean now? 'Cause I was addicted to it. Like I wasn't suicidal, but I was addicted to the pain. And so I genuinely, I got therapy for it, and I am 5 years clean, maybe nearly 6, I think, actually. I'm very proud of myself. Like I'll occasionally look at, you know, the leftover of what happened, you know. I'm like, I'm kind of worried about how your story's ending. I'm kind of I'm very glad I'm here too. Because it's fun. I'm glad. I'm glad people find me entertaining, because like I'm being so real when I say that. I have a lot of anxiety. Is she, by the way? Of course. I get a lot of anxiety when I say, you know, I always worry that I'm not entertaining enough for people. You know, because I don't stream for money. I stream for other people. I stream for people to, you know, watch and be entertained by my bullshit. But there's always like a little part of me that's like, oh, you're not entertaining enough. You're not funny enough. No one's gonna like you and stuff. But you know, I tell myself that that's not true, because with all encouragement, yeah. I try and support as many people as I can. I genuinely believe that everyone, you know, deserves some chance at, like, you know, even if you don't become popular as a VTuber, because there are thousands of us now. There, like, I think there are so many VTubers in the world now. But I believe everyone deserves a chance, you know, to become popular. I try and be as, like, engaged. I try and be as engaged as possible, because, you know, I was always told, you want to interact with your chat, you know, talk to them, make them feel involved and everything. And so that's, like, my biggest thing when I stream. I'm like, okay, gotta talk to chat. If I'm not talking to chat, I'm talking to myself, you know? I gotta have some sort of talking happening. You said he sounded weird and stuff. I hate the sound of my voice. That's why I will never watch VODs, and I hate going back and, like, editing clips of mine. But, like, I have to, you know? You can't be a content creator without using your voice. It's kind of impossible, but you feel like 100 followers, that's like, hell yeah! Congratulations to your friend. That's probably, like, a while ago, but still, congratulations. 100 followers and affiliate in the first month is great. I got to 100 and affiliate within, like, my first year of being a serious VTuber. I say serious, like, I didn't take a few month break because I was going through stuff. But, you know, mental health is important, and I will always put that before streaming. I don't, look, respectfully, I don't care how many people, you know, are sad that I'm not gonna be streaming for a while. I do my best with everything. What? No, I like stream. Oh yeah, no, I'm actually going for all of October. Yeah, no, I'm not. This is genuinely serious. I'm going for a bunch of October because I'm doing house sitting and I'm looking after animals, and then at the end of October I'm going and visiting my partner in a different state. So all of October is pretty much booked up, except for like a few weeks, I think. Yeah, I know, it's just ruined your day. Anyway, this is on you. What are we picking? What about you? Yeah, I'm sorry, you're gonna have to find a new streamer. Um, I'm sorry to break this to you, but you have to find someone else. I'm gonna say pass on Bulbasaur because it's fucking Bulbasaur. Let's be so real. Ivysaur. You know what? I'm gonna take a. You know what? I'm gonna take a drink every time that my pick is on the lower side of the majority. Okay. Guess I can check the check the apps. Yeah. There's a dating app to find your next VTuber to watch. It's called scrolling through Twitch. A streamer at a bar. Dude, imagine. I don't know, like kind of off topic, but imagine like going on a date with someone and then they just break to you like, hey, so I'm a VTuber. Oh fuck. I remember saying that to my partner for the first time. Like it was actually before we like had our first like call, because we were online for the first few months of our relationship. Now we're long distance. But I remember messaging him and I was like, hey, so I'm gonna be busy for a few hours today. And he's like, why? I'm like, I'm a VTuber. I'm gonna be streaming today. And he was like, really? I'm like, yeah. This was almost a year ago. It's getting pretty damn close to a year, which I think is really funny. But like it was so awkward telling him that I was a VTuber, because I'm like, oh god, what if he thinks I'm cringe? Oh, I'm gonna fuck this all up if he doesn't like. Oh, he's gonna think I'm weird. Turns out he watches. Yeah. This one. Wait, is it the purpley one? Because I don't know if that's updated on the app. How you do with it? The cringe alone. Well, look, we're engaged currently, so I think we're pretty fine. Anyway, hi dog. If it's the purple one, I'll bring the full image up right now. Is it this one? Yeah. No, he left me because I was so cringy. Hi. I love this art so much. I love Cal's art style. Go commission Cal, by the way. She just very recently got verified on VGen. I tell people I do it as a hobby. I tell, like, if people were to ask me, like, I'll tell them, hey, you know, I stream. I told people I know IRL that I'm a VTuber. Like, they don't know my yeah, it's called PNG. You are a PNG tuber. I started as a PNG tuber. It was, oh my god, my original PNG looks so bad now that, like, if I was to take my original PNG and compare it to my new PNG, not sure the difference is. PNG is, you know, a PNG. You're a little image in the corner. So you see how my otter's moving? If that was to talk with my voice, that would be a GIF tuber. Whereas PNG, it's pretty much just, it's a still image. And VTubers are, well, you know, you're all under VTubers, but we're like, this is your most common form of VTuber. What I am. I think anime and PNG was like, cool. No, anyone can be a PNG tuber, whether you're a little anime girl, anime boy, or you're dressing up as Jesus Christ himself. If you use a PNG instead of a camera, you count as a PNG tuber. Your mind is animated? Oh, okay, you're probably a GIF tuber then. I mean, like, you still fall under PNG tuber. Your mouth moves. Oh wait, that's so sick. Oh my god, I wanna learn how to um I thank you for the head pads. I wanna learn how to animate. I was inspired by another PNG YouTuber. Oh my god, that's so fair. You may have noticed the Kofi thing popping up. This is now I'm realizing. Because I just saw my own emote. I make those. This is my once a stream shout out to myself. I have commissions open on Kofi for emotes, and I've got little chibi things. Looks like an old 90s graphic style, kind of like Sega Saturn. Fair. Yeah, this is my once a stream shout out. I have commissions open on Kofi. I have a YouTube channel. I've got a TikTok. This is all you're getting of it. This is like literally, I'm 3 hours in and I'm doing a 2-minute thing saying, please give me your money. Please commission me. I want to open VGen eventually, but I don't have a code for it. So I'm gonna scrounge around for one. Oh my god. Actually, you know what? Yeah, we'll open up my Kofi right now. Hold on, wait, let me. I don't want you to see how little money I make. I don't do commissions often because I always get a little bit worried. Oh, I don't tell people about my commissions because I worry that people are gonna be like, why the fuck why would you have commissions? What? Connect with Twitch? What do you mean? I love you know, yeah, here we go. Here we go. Here are my commissions. Here's what I'm selling. Please buy from me. I actually really like these. I was so proud of these when I made them. So I got this bundle. And oh my goodness. I was so proud of these when I made them. I was trying out a new style of art. And I made these as well. Hold up. So I made this one. This was this was the first one I made. This one is a mutual I have on Twitter. This is Kofi. Everyone just calls them Ko. This one is someone amazing too. Holy shit, this is just Guaibo. Thank you so much. I don't know why that didn't go through as my thing. That's weird. But like, I'm actually so proud of how these. This is my partner, by the way. This is my partner's character. He upgraded it recently. I'm so proud of these. I don't think I'm ever. Oh, I didn't have my sushi up here. And then these were like my first batch of emotes. This one is for Emplay. I loved this. I was so proud of the snowflakes that I put around it. I thought that fit him so well. My partner again. Me. I made so many emotes for me because I had no one else to draw for. Oh, hey, look! This one looks familiar. She's going to think we're those, but happy to support you anyhow. Oh, thank you so much. I seriously appreciate it. Like, even you just viewing, even you just coming in and chatting with me, that's supporting me enough. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm going into these. I need to do a drawing stream soon. I gotta make more of these. I've got two more that I need to make. Anyway, back to this. We can close that now. Why did you go? We were on this on your pass. And your pass as well. God damn it. Okay, drink. Charmander is a child. Pass. Charmeleon. Pass. A Charizard. Yep. God damn it, drink. Squirtle, pass. Wartortle. Pass. Blastoise, Ash. Drink. I regret this choice. I regret the decisions I've made. I don't know if I changed that. Okay, I forgot what I was saying. Caterpie's a pause. That's like not even a question. That's a small caterpillar. That's no. I'm not fucking the bugs. I can't make that any clearer. I'm also not gonna fuck the birds. Or the rat. I think a lot of Gen 1 I wouldn't. Not Butterfree? Yeah, no, I wouldn't fuck Butterfree. I wouldn't. Yeah, there's a lot of Gen 1 that I just wouldn't. Definitely, okay, yeah. Nidoqueen, maybe. Oh, damn, I was so close. Okay. You would fuck Sandslash? Damn. Anyway. You're just being difficult. Nidoran male? No, it's a child. Also a child. Nidoqueen? King? Yeah. Yeah, no, I know. Clefairy? No. Clefable? Also no. Vulpix? No. Ninetales? Yeah. Damn, so many people would. I was expecting to take another drink on that. What do you mean, ew? Jigglypuff, no. Wigglytuff, no. Zubat, he has no eyes. How can he see? Ninetales, you're sick. You're sick. Colbat, you're... Damn. Drink. Oddish, no. Gloom. Oh. Hey, look. The first step to getting help is admitting. It's okay. We'll get you the help that you need. It will Gloom, skip, Vileplume, also, no. Paris, that's a bug. I'm not fucking bugs. Venonat, also not fucking the bugs. Diglett? People wouldn't? I'm typically looking for help in Twitch streams such as this one. I'm gonna be of no help, yeah. I think I'm actually the worst choice, you know? I'm gonna make you worse, actually, you know? You've come to the right place if you want to be worse. If you want to be better, you know, you should probably go find somewhere else. Menage a trois? What do you mean people wouldn't? No. Pass on Meowth. Persian. Also pass. Psyduck, no. Golduck, no. Mankey, no. Primate, no. Growlithe, no. Arcanine. You want to guess? Okay, you tell me what you would do for Arcanine. Tell me if you would smash or pass Arcanine. Take too long. I'm here for you. Oh, okay. Okay, what do you think I would do to Arcanine? You're such a pass roll? Yeah. And if I say the least common option, I have to take a drink of the wink. So there's drunk in the title. I will be right back. The paw says it's old. The paw says nothing. Nothing. I'll be back. I'm being cold. I have returned. I have a bite on my face. It's been irritating me. Anyway, what do you say? I feel like that roomie's wait, kind of my roomie thinks I'm sleeping. She's sneaking her date in. What? Not sure. I don't know what you're talking about either. No, I'm on Pass on Arcanine. Wait, was I the? Okay, no, I was the bigger one. Poliwag, no. Poliworld, no. Poliwrath. I gotta think about it. Nah. Abra, no. Kadabra, no. Alakazam, no. Machop. Looks angry? Yeah. Machoke. Now, that's just a man. If we're being so real, the Machoke line is just men. Damn. Damn. Bellsprout, no. Weeping Bell, if I had a dick, maybe. Victory Bell, no. Tentacool, no. Tentacruel, also no. That thing's poisonous. Geodude, no. Graveler, no. Golem, no. Ponyta, no. It's a sphere. Yeah, he is. He's just a circle. Rapidash, also no. Oh my god, I was only on the correct side by a little bit. Slowpoke, no. So bro, no. Slow king. Oh wait, there's no slow king yet. Magnemite, no. Magneton, no. Farfetch'd, no. Doduo, no. The trio, no. Seal, no. Dugong, no. Grimer, who the fuck would fuck Grimer? Respectfully. What is that? 230. Almost all the Kanto Pokemon got passed? Yeah. This is way easier than I hoped for. Look, I wouldn't fuck a lot of Gen 1. Nah, I'm not gonna fuck Mock. Shelder, also no. Cloyster, no. Ghastly, no. Haunter, no. Gengar, no. Onyx, I mean... No. No, I wouldn't. Drowsy, no. Hypno, no. Krabby, no. Kingler, no. Voltorb, no. Electrode is just a ball again. Execute, no. Executed, also no. Cubone is a child grieving its mother, by the way. Whoever says yes to Cubone is sick. So many people said yes to Cubone. Did someone just go through and... Did people just go through saying yes to every single one? Respectfully. Who would say yes to Cubone? Okay. Possum Marowak. I had a lot of derp faces because they were derpy in Gen 1 and Gen 2. I think we're still in Gen 1, right? Yeah, we're still in Gen 1. A lot of them were derpy in the early gens. I mean, they're still derpy now. Hold on, look, I'm gonna change to the animated one because I like that one a lot better. Yeah, look at him go. Anyway, still pass. Hitmonchan. Damn, I got a drink. Hear me out here. Literally. Right? Hear me out. If I just cover this and you pretend like you don't see where I'm about to go, we can just happily move on and pretend like none of this happened. Okay? How does that sound? I still got a drink for Hitmonchan. Oh god, the coconut's really getting to me. I hate the taste of coconut. Hey, no notes. You get away. You back up. Oh, I'm actually so glad. I'm so glad I'm not the only one who thought that. Look how many people said yes to Lickitung. I'm not even gonna deny that I said yes to it. Look how many people said yes to Lickitung. I mean, look at him. Look at that tongue. I mean, respectfully. Anyway, pass on coughing and pass on wheezing too. Rhyhorn, no. Rhydon this dick, no. Chansey, that's a mother holding her egg, okay? Tangela, nah. Kangaskhan is a mother with her baby. I hate it's how you use it on the size of the tongue. You know what? You know what? That's fair enough. That is so fair. Horsey, child. Thedra, Goldeen, no. Seeking, As much as I am a fish, I wouldn't fuck a fish. Sayu, no. Thummy, no. Mr. Mime, that's Ash's dad, okay? We're not gonna sit here and pretend like he's not a married man. Scyther, also no. Who would fuck Scyther? Jinx, that's just a woman. Okay. Electabuzz. Aren't you a fish? Yeah, I am a fish. See, like, as much as I am a fish, I wouldn't fuck a fish, okay? I'm only half fish. Now I'm no fish. Okay? Anyway, pass on Electabuzz. Pass on Magmar as well. That thing would burn me. Pinsir, yes, just because it's funny. I finished my drink, so I have to make a new one. Tauros. Tauros is a bull, isn't he? Nah. Magikarp, I'm not fucking the fish. I might fuck that fish. I might fuck Gyarados. Why is Hotfish kind of... Excuse me? Damn. I'm staying as no fish then. I'm staying as no fish, so you solve all problems. Half-fish... Look, I would fuck another half-fish. Now that we're talking about it. I am! Oh my god, wait. Sorry, that sounds really weird out of context. You guys have no context for that statement. My partner is rewriting his lore. Well, I'm rewriting his lore. Well, I'm writing his lore, actually. I'm making him a character to fit in my lore, right? And I asked him, you know, since I'm making you a minor guardian in my story, you know, what kind of sea creature do you want to be? And this man went Kraken. Sea creature, not mythical creature. Well, to be fair, I'm a silent, so I can't really say anything, but damn, no one wants to fuck Gyarados. Shit, I'm by myself. Anyway, no on Lapras. Yes on Ditto because of, yeah, the majority. Also a no on Eevee. Okay, we got a yes on I know people too well. I know the internet too well, which sucks. Anyway. Shit, what's the... No one voted on... And no one flew... Fuck. No one Porygon. No one Omnite. No one Omastar. Is he Captain Avenger Aristocrat who passed the brave stories local sirens? He's... No, so... Oh my god, wait, that reminds me of something. So I was thinking about like the differences between succubi and sirens, right? Because they're both very, very similar in some ways. Like succubus will seduce men, you know, to feast on them, and sirens will also seduce men to feast on them. However, sirens will feast on them, like they will literally eat them. They will eat men. That's what I eat. That is my diet. My diet is men. But succubus they feast on other parts of men. You know? They feast on they're horny. I mean, like, if the succubus is lesbian, she feasts on women too. Well, just women. It's not really anything new. I just thought it was funny how similar we are in the sense that we both seduce men to feast on them. So I was singing at the start. I'm hungry and it's dinner time. A Kabuto is a no, and so is Kabutops, because I hate bugs. I wouldn't fuck a bug. I would also not fuck Aerodactyl. Snorlax reminds me of my dad, so it's a hard no. Articuno? No. Although he's my favorite of the legendary birds, it's a no. Zapdos is also a no. And so is Moltres. Why is Dratini after the legendary birds? What? Okay, Dratini's a no, and so is... Oh, Dragonair is actually a yes, if I'm gonna be so real. Okay. I'm not alone, at least. And Dragonite is a no. Mewtwo is a yes, because look at that man. And Mew's a no, because that's just a little baby. Okay, we're on Gen 2. Yep, Gen 2. I know my generations. Both the sirens after strangers training battle, both challenges collapse from exhaustion. And get lost. Yeah, I mean... Look, if they lost a fight to sirens, they wouldn't wake up anywhere. They'd be dead. You know, they'd be skeletons for anatomy class of what to eat, where the best places to get the fattiest meat is. It's the butt, by the way. Your butt and thighs are the meatiest parts of the human body. Apparently, they taste really good. From people who have tried, from what cannibals have said, apparently it's good. I would never try. I should clarify this, genuinely. Don't eat people. It's bad for you. I mean, I wouldn't say it's it's not gonna kill you, but you know, it's bad. Don't eat people. Everything I say about the taste of human is not real. I haven't had human. I want to make this very clear. I do not eat people in real life. This is out of character. I eat people in law. Kind of my thing. But I do not eat people. I don't. No eating people. Please. I beg of thee. Do not eat someone. They don't taste good. I'm taking risks here. Did you just write a little story? What? You're writing a story in my chat? What's happening? You should write a novel. Yeah, you should. But I mean, biologically, the thighs and the ass would be the juiciest part of the human body. I shouldn't say juicy like that. That sounds like I've eaten people before. I haven't eaten people. I can't make this clear enough. I promise you I don't eat people. Oh my god. It's fucking 10 p.m. I'm so glad I'm home alone right now. I would get my ass beat if I was this loud at 10 p.m. I'm so glad my family's out for the weekend. What else was I? Cemetery Farm. That sounds like a porn novel. I'm being so serious. That sounds like something that that sounds like an erotica novel. That's the word, erotica. It's 8 a.m. Jesus! Doc, have you slept? This is a serious question. Please tell me you've slept and you've like woken up. If I wasn't gonna play Skate later, you slept? Okay, good. I'm very serious when I say I would much rather people sleep than watch me. Because I would feel so bad if people didn't sleep just to watch me. Because I used to do that. I used to not sleep to watch a streamer. I don't sleep anymore. Because I watch Johnstone. Shout out Johnstone, you guys don't fucking know who he is. He's a Pokemon streamer. If you know who he is, congratulations, part of the Johnstone army. I literally watch him while I'm shiny hunting on my Switch. At 2 a.m. AEST, 2 a.m. AEST he streams. I am up till then waiting for him. I pass out watching him, but I'm up till then waiting. I'm gonna make another drink. Fuck uni classes. Disrespectfully to your uni classes, by the way, not to you. I fucking hate uni at the moment. Genuinely. I despise uni right now. Morning Glory Milking Farm by CM. That's got a US Today bestseller. You know what? That still sounds like an erotica. It's a milking farm? Who's getting milked? Please tell me it's cows. Oh, it's a dairy farm, so yeah. It is? Oh, hell yeah. I fucking knew it. Americans are horny. American women are horny. Cows are definitely getting... Okay. That's not the answer I wanted. God, what's it called? Humanoid oxens. What? Huh? Hold on. If I look this up. Hold on, I'm looking this up. I'm gonna copy this. I'm gonna check it out, but you know, we're gonna go here. Because I don't want this to display porn on my screen if it is. Oh god, they are. Oh, it is. A monster bait romance? What the fuck? What is this? What the fuck have you told me about? I can't show this. I cannot. I am in pure disbelief. How did you know? How did you know about this? I don't like the way that this looks. There's an audible version. You can listen to the erotica. Oh, I found a little excerpt that I'm gonna read you guys. You ready? We're gonna a little excerpt of Morning Glory Milking Farm. Are you prepared? You prepared for erotica at what was it, 8 a.m.? It's erotica, okay? It's erotica. Don't even start. This is erotica. I'm telling you right now, it's erotica. She should have let go. Violet knew that. Told herself she ought to do so immediately. But she was hypnotized by the way his heavy balls throbbed. You can tell me that's not erotica? As he came, each spurt into the milking machine. What the fuck is this story? Deserved. Yeah, no, that's erotica. Try to look up where I saw it. Oh, God. Look, I don't mind the Morning Gloom looking farm. Charlie... Why is there another Ox erotica book by this person? It's called A Blue Ribbon Romance. What the fuck? Haragor and Monster Bait? Good. 24 fluid ounces, huh? I don't wanna. Melodrama and moping. Sweet Tooth sharing is caring. Come home to Cambric Creek. Pretty sick stuff. What the fuck? No, what was I at? What number is Chikorita? God damn it. Okay, well, I've lost what Pokemon I'm at. Okay, 152. I'm emotionally traumatized, and it is your fault. Thank you. Gross. I don't ever want that again. Don't ever bring that to me again. You bring that to me again, I'm hunting you down, okay? Cannibalism stuff worse than that? Hold on, I'll be back. I'm gonna go insane. You get so sad when I leave. Nah, okay. No on Chikorita. I'm going back to this. I'm going away from the monster erotica to the Pocket Monster Smasher path. If I found you, she's shy. I said you enjoy hanging out with her. Why am I only now just getting these messages? The monster bait stuff. It's grossed me out, okay? I've been traumatized. This is monster bait, it's pocket monster bait. Exactly. It's different, okay? This one doesn't involve real animals. Oh my god. Just including my childhood, yeah. No. No on Meganium. No on Cyndaquil, but yes on Typhlosion, because I know what he did. Totodile, no. I'm gonna get through this as quickly as possible. Crocodile, no. For Alligator, yes. Centret, no. 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 Yes. No. 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 Chinchou. Oh yeah, no, I know you're messing around, don't worry. Trust me, I wouldn't take half the shit I say in stream seriously, honestly. Just swipe left and regretted it. Sometimes. Yeah. There are definitely people I regret swiping left on. Oh my goodness. Okay, no. No. No, that's a child. That's also a child. That's a child. That's a child. That's not a child yet. That's a child. It's not a child. No. No. Like, no. I pay the 40. Oh my fucking. Yeah, no. See, look, I'm glad that I never paid for anything on like Tinder and shit. I was on Tinder for like a month and I got off immediately because it was just. I hated oh my god, wait, this is reminding. I was on a dating app in my town for like a week and I had someone that like I used to know when I was a kid, right? So they used to live near me when I was younger and then they moved away, right? And I was on a dating app for a week and they messaged me after I'd gotten off of it, by the way, because I had pretty much given up on and finding anyone in my town because everyone in my town sucks. I'm not even gonna sugarcoat it. Everyone in my town sucks. They're all shitty people. I'm in a small town, so everyone knows each other anyway. Anyway, he messaged me and he was like, "Oh, do you still live in town?" And I'm like, "Yeah, why?" And he's like, "Oh, well, I had someone tell me that you were on a dating app." And I'm like, "Oh yeah, not anymore." And he's like, "Oh, why?" And I'm like, I lied. And I was like, "Oh, I'm dating someone." He's like, "Oh, really?" I'm like, "Yeah." He fucking blocked me on Snapchat after that. It was the funniest shit to me. I was out thrifting with my mother as he's messaging me, and like obviously she knew him because we live near him. And she was like, "Oh, why is he messaging you?" And I'm like, "I have no idea." She's like, "Oh, okay." And then when he blocked me, I was like, "Oh, well, no, he moved away." I was out shopping with my mom, and he moved to a town an hour away, I think. Yeah, no, he moved away. But yeah, no, it was so funny that he removed me so quickly after hearing I had a which like it just proves to me that that's all he wanted was just to be with me. It was fucking hilarious. Yeah, go check your inbox. Do it. Do it, do it, do it. Tell me if you find anyone. Alyssum, nah. Meryl, nah. Azumarill, nah. Pseudo, nah. Polytoad, nah, it's a frog. Hoppip? No, it's a baby. No. 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 Yes, I love Quagsire. Espeon, honestly, kinda, yeah. Umbreon also, yeah. Murkrow, no. King, no. Misdreavus, no. Unknown, also no. Wobbuffet, no. Girafarig, no. Pineco, no. Fortress. Dunsparce, no. Gligar. You would smash all the evolutions? So would a bunch of other people. You're not alone. What do you mean you can't tell if people are serious? Read me one of the messages you've got in your inbox right now. Explain to me. Yeah, pick a random, Gligar, no. Steelix, no. Snubble, no. Gramble, no. Quillfish, no. Sizzle, no. Shuckle, yeah. We love Shuckle. Heracross, also no. Sneasel, no. Teddiursa, no. No. Slugma, yeah, Slugma nuts. Okago, no. Swinub, no. Piloswine, no. Corsola, no. Remoraid, no. Octillery, no. Okay. Lay it on me. What you got? Are you serious? Is that it? Is that the message? Oh my god. Just like, okay. I feel like the thing here is respond back with another wave, and if they continue the conversation on from there. Oh god, that's so boring. What the fuck? I'm trying to craft the perfect intro. I felt that. When I would be on like dating apps and shit, I would like, yeah, literally. But like so many men like on dating apps literally just want to have sex. So that's why I'm glad I'm off every single app. Creating a joke? Oh my god, yeah, no, I feel that. Something, 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 something. Something, 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 something. Also, yeah, no to Delibird. Oh, no to Mansine. No to Skarmory. No. No. Shakespeare, and all you get from women is a wave. That sucks. Yeah, sure, why not? No. Nah. Oh, yeah, but no. 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 Fuck Miltank. I hate Miltank. Raikou, yeah. Entei, yeah. Suicune, yeah. Obviously, no. What the fuck is that? I'm sorry, that's a horrible opening. Look, no wonder you don't have anyone. I'm being so real. Like, I know that's a joke, but Jesus. Oh my god, that's so bad. I feel like if my partner said that to me, I wouldn't be with him. I would have left him. I'm saying someone's pics are like as a woman. This is coming from my womanly perspective here. Don't say they're hot. We don't want to be called hot. We want to be called pretty. Okay, women want to be called pretty. Call them pretty and or beautiful. You want nice, what's the word? Respectful compliments. You want respectful compliments. You don't want to be like, ah, you're hot. Yeah. Like when you're together, then you go, yeah, you're hot, right? But start off with a nice little, oh, you look so pretty. Oh, you're gorgeous. Like a woman would compliment another woman, okay? No. Yes. No. This is a bit my writing skills. Oh my god, no, like genuinely, if that was said to me, like not as a joke, if that was said to me unironically, I probably would block them. Like I'm hoping that that's a joke, but my god, that they'll know. Logic, I'm not fucking any of these. What? Why, please? Why? What? Huh? You're insulting me? Good! I mean, wait, no, it's a bad thing. Look, I don't mean to I really hope you're joking about this. Okay, good. Yeah. I don't mean, like, I don't want to insult you. That's why I assumed that it was a joke. But, like, genuinely, unironically, if that was said to me, I would have blocked them. This is just a warning, just in general. Don't just, like, start out a conversation with a woman by saying you're hot. Yeah. I was really, really hoping that you were kidding about that, because huh? I really was hoping you were kidding about that. You take me for a jokester. I'm a kid, nah. Nah. Yo. Nah. Yo. Nah. Nah. No, fuck the bugs. I'm not fucking bugs. Like I'm glad it was a joke. Okay, please don't do that to women. Like genuinely, if you're trying to get a date with a woman, don't do that. A lot of these are no still. I don't find, like, now that I'm looking at a bunch of them, I don't find. This one's a yes though, easy peasy. I mean, I'm kind of just saying in general. Yeah. I mean, you're included in the others, but Possum says getting masquerade. Oh god. my god, when is this bitch getting off work? I want to play skate. I want to play more skate. We've been doing all our missions together. I got so distracted. I've zoned out. I think I need to. I was supposed to stream like 10 hours ago. Why didn't you? Huh? Jumping from stream to stream, fair. Oh, I'm back on Warbet. Fuck, pass on Warbet. And Subet. And Jobber. And Excadrill. And Ordino. And Timber. And Gerda. And Conkeldurr. And Timpole. And Palpitoad. And Sizetoad. They're watching as much as doing. Fair. Why am I getting pinged? Leave me alone. Leave me be. My goodness. Okay, back to this. No. 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 Oh, maybe, actually. Now that I think about it. Excuse me, by the way. Nope. Yep. Nope. 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 Yep. Nope. No. 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 No, actually. Why was that still dumb menace then? Standard, no. Practice. No, that'd be painful. Double and Crostle are both no. Scraggy and Scrafty are both no. Sigilif, no. Damask, also no. Coffee no. Wasn't harassing annoying streamers all night? Good. Tatuga, no. Kirkosa, no. Arcan and Archeops, both no. Trubbish, no. Barboda, no. Zoroa, no. Zoroark, yes, actually. Minchino, no. Cincino, no. Gothita, Gotharita, Gothitelle, yes, actually. Solosis, Duosis, and Reinculus are all no. Ducklet and Swanna both no. Vanillite, Vanillish, and Vanillux. Right? Yeah, Vanillux are all no. Dealing, no. Sawsbuck, also no. Emolga, no. Carablast, no. Scavalier, no. Now that, like, I'm actually going through these, there are so little that I actually would. Hello, Mamola. Joltik. Calvantula. Ferseed. Breton. Clink. Clang. Clink Clang. Dynamo. Electric. Electros. LGM and BHM are both no. I love them, but I hate them. No. No. Capture, no. No. These are some Pokemon, honestly. If I'm being real. Mienshao, yeah, actually. Tredia, no. Golett, no. Golurk, yes. Ponyard, no. Bishop, yes. Rufflet, no. Rufflet, no. 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 There are so little that I would actually. So far out of the over 100 that I've gone through, I'd only do 8. Do you know? No. No. Yes, actually. I've done 109. Lavesta, no. Volcaruna, yes. Rebellion, yes. Terrakian, no. Virizion, yes. Incarnate, yes. That's just a man. Also just a man. Reshiram, yes. Fuck yes. I love Reshiram. Zekrom, yep. Yep. I hate Kyurem though. Keldeo, no. Meloetta, yeah. Genesect, no. Oh, we're on to Kalos now? Chespin's no. Willadin's no. Chestnut's no. No. Yes. No. No. Yes. No. I'm so tired. I'm literally only still up because I'm waiting for my partner to get home. We have games to play. I might end stream and then I can't even go lie down because I'll pass out if I do. Okay, back to this. No. 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 Yes. No. No. Yes. No. Yes. No. Yes. No. That's a dog. No, I hate Esper as a Pokemon. I really do. Yeah, stick. Nope. 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 154 Pokemon. A lot of them, more than half of them, no. I don't know what these people are seeing in these Pokemon. Oh my god, it's my friend Malamar. Anacar, Skrelp, Calgear, Quencha, Cloyza, Helioptile, Heliolisk, Tyrantrum. Yep. Sylveon, yeah. So many people! Yep. Nope. Nope. No. No. Yes. Oh my god, I love Gudra. No. No. Yes. I feel weird saying yes to some of these. It's okay. I am like debating how long I can actually continue doing this. Okay. I'm confused and no. You guys, maybe. Let's go, guys, average. Like my Evelog. Noivern, yes. Dennis, yes. I'm glad you're both still here. I am extremely sleepy, if I'm gonna be so real. But I have to stay awake. So, yeah, well, yeah, fuck it. I got also, yeah. What the fuck is that? A rise, huh? What are you summoning? Dancy, I love Dancy. Koopa, no. Volcanion, also no. Rowlet, oh, okay, we're into... Your Undead Legion, can you... I'm sorry to burst your bubble here, but we're currently under the sea. You're very spooky. You're very, very, very spooky. There's no dead bodies in the ground under here. If there were, they all floated to the surface and washed up on a shore. Oh, I'm sorry. Do you want to try again? In the corner store, I love Primarina. I'm being so real. Chumbik, no. Toucanon, yes. You're walking that. Oh my god. Don't walk in the rain. Bring an umbrella. Actually, no. No, I don't like the bugs. I don't want the bugs. Nor the crab. I do crab. Oh my god, I love Oricorio. But I wouldn't fuck Oricorio. I should make that clear. I love Oricorio, but I wouldn't fuck Oricorio. Cutiefly is also a no because it's a bug. Bumpy is also a no. Rookruff, no. Okay, yeah, maybe. Squishy. Beanie. Toxapex? Yeah. Mudbray. It's weird to me that Mudbray and Mudsdale were only made in that gen. Because I could have sworn that they were earlier gen Pokemon. That's really depressing. Coming from the person named Depresso, that's really depressing. Like I know you're kidding about all this, but my goodness. I don't want the bug. No bug. Yes. No bug. No. No. Yes. No. Yes. No. No. Yes. I'm learning how the majority thinks. Oh. Sandygast? No. No. Yukimiku? No. Type null? Yeah, honestly, I would. Ansel Valley. There are so many Pokemon that I just wouldn't. I like Mimikyu. I hate Bruxus. Oh my god, I hate Bruxus with a passion. Oh my god, okay. Are you actually heading off, or is this another joke? If you're actually heading off, you know, be safe and stuff. If you're not, look, it depends on when my partner gets home when I end. So I think I might go till I finish this at least. Yeah. No. Tapulele, yes. Tapubulu, yes. Tapufini, yes. Cosmog, no. Cosmom, no. Sogaleo, yes. Lunala, yes. Yaliko, yes. Boswell, yes. Fermosa, yes. So are you actually heading off? Oh my god, I keep thinking you're serious about leaving, and then you do that, and now I'm like, I don't know if you're serious or not. Electries, no. Still Steelsy, yes. Platanus, no. Guzzlord, yes. Necrozma, no. Meganium, no. Mashadow, no. Whipple, no. Meganadal, no. Stackataka, no. Okay, I don't know if he's serious or not. Okay, I'm gonna take that as a no. Or a yes. I'll say no. A medal, no. Okay, we're into Alola, not Alola, Gala. No. 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 Can I... Do these have animated ones? You don't have clean style? Okay, you got that. Okay. Okay. People would fuck Cinderace? Brilliant, yeah. Privet, no. Green, no. Or no. 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 Yes. No. 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 There's so little that I would fuck in this gen too. A lot. So little that I would fuck in general, honestly. This is good. I'm I don't know what's happening anymore. I don't know what's going on. I'm just gonna let you do your thing. Yeah, I figured, but Anaconda is no. Marina's no. Arcuda's no, so is Barrascuda. It's a weird fucking Pokemon. Toxel's no. Toxtricity is yes. Sizzlepede, no. Centiscorch, no. Clobbopus, no. Crablocked, no. I'm tired. Oh my god. I'm genuinely in between, is he serious or is he kidding? I'm so confused. My goodness. I sure as hell hope you are. Figuring special passing. Hell yeah. That looks wrong. Hold on. Okay. Sorry, I was updating my profile picture. This is back to pass and passing and pass and pass and smash. And pass and pass and smash. Pass. 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 My goodness. Pass. Pass. I don't actually like Milcerean cream. Or Phalanx, honestly. Phalanx is a weird ass fucking Pokemon. It's just 6 Pokemon in one. Snom, we love Snom, but not that way. Frostmoth also no. There are so many Pokemon here that I thought were like old Pokemon. I didn't realize they were like, they came out in this gen. Like Indeedee, I didn't know Indeedee was a Gen 7 Pokemon. 8, Gen 8. This is Gen 8. Like, obviously I know the fossils were this gen because there's fossils in every gen. Oh, and I remember Droopy Dracloak and Dracopult. Obviously Zacian and Zamazenta are this gen. So is Eternatus. Obviously so is Kubfu and Urshifu. Zarude I also didn't realize was this gen. I thought that was last gen. Regieleki I obviously realized was this gen because there's a whole quest for it. So is Regidraco. And Glastria, Spectria, and Calyrex. Okay, now we're into Legends Arceus. There's not very many Pokemon new in Legends Arceus. Okay, now we're in Gen 9. Well, we're getting close to the end. Gelded, yeah. Quaxly, Quaquaval, and Quaxly, Quaxwell, and Quaquaval. Lechonk, no. And Clone, no. There's no really real attractive Pokemon in Gen 9. Pawmi just fucking stands up and grows hair. That's literally all that happens with him. Panda Mouse, they're already with someone. It's literally a couple Pokemon. Fido and Darkspun. Smoliv, Olive, and Albolivia. Squawkabilly, Knackly, Knackle, Stack, and Organical. Chakra, Umbreeze. I love Cerulege. I love Cerulege so much. And had the Belly Bolt. Let's have a look. Watchful, no. Killwatchful, also no. Now thinking about it, I really didn't like this gen, like Pokemon in it. Like I like the gen storyline wise, but you know, not really the Pokemon. I do love Scovillain. I feel like the grass fire type was really cool. Abska, yeah, fuck it, why not? Fiddle and Espathra were, I think, my least favorite psychic types, just in general now. I think I despise them more than I despised, what was it? Solosis. I used to despise Solosis as a psychic type. I think it shouldn't have been a psychic type. Wiglet and Bug Trio are just the regional Diglett and Doug trio. I think is weird. Finizen and Palafin are just the exact same Pokemon. Like, even their art is the same. That's just a car. Cyclers are also just a car. There's so many of these that are just... I fucked with Nightlight, but there's no one. Oh my goodness. Great Tusk, nah. Screamtail, nah. Fruit Bonnet, nah. I didn't like the past Paradox forms. I liked Slitherwing, but that's pretty much the only one. And Bundle, what's next? Iron Hands, no. Iron Jugulis, yes. I love Iron Jugulis. Where's Iron Valiant? Shabax, no. Activax, no. Excalibur, no. Gimmighoul, no. Podango, no. Oichian, no. Qianpao, no. Tinglu, no. Chiyu, no. Roaring Moon, also no. Iron Valiant, yes. I love Iron Valiant. I love that it's Gallade and God of War together. Rhydon, I love the Rhydon. Walking Wake, I want these ones. You know, Iron Leaves. Diplan. Poltergeist. Sinistcha. Hidogi. I don't like these ones. I love Oakpond, she's pretty. We're almost done pretty much. Gouging Fire, no. Raging Bolt, Iron Boulder, no. But Iron Crown, yes. And Terrapagos. Fisherman's also no. Nice, you're a degenerate. Cool. What, is that it? Is that the end? No kisses on the forehead? Congratulations. Thanks. Why did these all say smash? This is not true. I said smash to 94. Reset account. Wipe all that. No one needs to know what happened, okay? Hey, look! I haven't said I'd fuck any Pokemon. Yippee. This never happened. You understand me? Oh my god. It's 11:30 at night. My back. My back is killing me. It's a wild stay. Oh! I'm sorry that that's the first thing you heard. I feel really bad. I'm really embarrassed now. feel really bad that that's just what you randomly heard. Why is this cold? Let's see, when was the last time you were here? When? The 22nd of January was the last time. January was the last time. And that was from Soup's channel. That's actually so funny. My goodness. It's been almost a year. It's been 8 months since not even, it's been. You retired? What? What do you mean you retired? Did you graduate? Well, to be fair, I haven't seen you live in like forever. We'll switch back to chatting. I probably was actually. It has been a hot minute. I went from Suica to using multiple customizable ones, and I think I'm just gonna stick with Senmaku now. So only about 8 months. Yeah. Only been 8 months. Oh my gosh. It's honestly been forever. Let me turn that down a little bit. I was supposed to be doing other things today. I was supposed to be doing productive things on stream today. I did. I didn't. I'm not a corporate VTuber. I'm still indie. But I have had many things happen. Not really, not much since, I don't know. Things have happened and things have been fixed, and then life has just moved on, sort of. Kind of just existing. And now I hang out like this. I do it every time! I was messing around with these toggles, like literally earlier today. And every time I would be tabbed into Opera or Discord. And so it would open up the help page because I'm pressing F1. I do it so much. I can't get any bigger. I probably could. I might make one to get just eyes. What toggles do I actually have on this thing? I don't actually know. So blushing. Dizzy. 2 loved ones. Me, like, all the time. Hell yeah. I have to make me an animated one of those. And then this one. And then this one. And then this one. And then this one. It's this one. I forgot I had that. I forgot that I had that as a thing. I love fucking around with toggles. It's honestly so much fun. What should I do? What can I do even? Oh my god, speaking of Pokemon cards, I was playing. Not even playing. I have them right here, literally next to my desk because I'm so scared to touch them. I opened up Japanese Pokemon cards, right? Because I went to a convention near my town, and so I got a pack of, I got 9 packs for like 30 bucks. It was cheap as hell and I loved it. No, I got 6 packs for 30 bucks. Open Japan Poke cards. Oh my goodness. Anyway, so I as a joke, I gave my dad, like when I got home, I gave my dad one of the Pokemon cards and I was like, hey, like I spread them out like a little fan and I was like, pick a pack, open it. Just do it. The first pack he opened had, it had a full out reboot in it. Hold on, I'm gonna look for the card. I'm gonna show you the card that he pulled. Because it has such a pretty art. Yeah, the one by Rika. Yeah, but it's a Japanese one. Hold on. This one, this card right here is the one that he pulled. This is the one. Hold on, let me move me. That one there. Japan. So I'll put that there. So, and I also have a full art Woobat from the, I think it was White Flare. Yeah, I've got this one. So I got that one in another pack, like literally 2 packs later. And a Van Gogh Pikachu. So I now own 3 full art Pokemon cards. And only one of them is English. I've got my Woobat and my Reboot here. And I've got Luminion, Clank, Duskbun, Hoot, Hoot, Poliwhirl, Rillaboom. I've got Ogerpon's masks, by the way, which I don't even know what it does. Like, in the game, in the card game, I have no idea what it does because I can't read Japanese. I just know what it is. That's it. But yeah, I want to open more Japanese Pokemon packs because they're so cheap. They're so cheap to get. But, like, you know, I don't get much out of them because, you know, everyone's realized that the Japanese Pokemon cards are really cheap. So the want for the Japanese ones is actually unfortunately down. You know, they're not expensive. I feel like, if I remember correctly, the PSA 10, you can see here, these ones are selling for $15. And they're not PSA 10s. English have, yeah, I know. I really want more. Is this 32 bucks for not even a PSA 10? This one, I feel like people would get more. Okay, to be fair, these are in English. Too many English players in Pokemon. I want, oh my goodness. I'm just in love with the art. Like, it's so pretty. I lost my mind. Hold on. I lost my mind when I got that. And the only other full art I have is a full art Bruxish. And I despise Bruxish. I have this one. This is my English card. My only English card. It's a full art Bruxish and I'm so mad. It's not my only English card. It's my only English full art. It literally, thank you. I hate Bruxish with a passion. I was so mad when I pulled it. I had literally gotten 5 packs at the EB Games in my town, and I was with my partner because he was in town for that. And I said, pick a pack. I'll open it right now before we go home. He picked it. I opened it. It's got fucking Bruxish. I was so mad. I was fucking seething. I was like, there is no way. I got the Pokemon I hate the most in the world as a full art. That is some sort of sick joke. Okay, hold on, wait. He did get some good cards in the pack that he opened though, because I gave him a choice for a pack for me to open and a pack for him to open. He got some decent cards, no full arts or anything, but he got some good reverse holos. Hold on, I shall return. There's one thing I want in life. Hold on, wrong one. There's one thing that I really want in life, and it's to be rich enough to buy myself a booster box without like having to worry about, oh, can I fill up my car after buying this thing? And unfortunately, booster boxes aren't. How much is a booster box? Let's look at EB games in my town. Actually, not in my town. Let's not dox myself. Can I do it without it telling me my town? Yeah, please don't. Let's. I'm actually not gonna share this. Let's look up Pokemon. What's the white one? Black Bolt. I don't even think they have booster boxes. Okay, an ETB for Scarlet and Violet EB games prices. Yeah, I know. Oh my god, EB is so expensive to even shop at. Oh my god, that no way. Okay, so the ETB for Black Bolt is 110 AUD. That would be filling up my car twice. I don't have the money for that. I barely have the money to fill my car up once, if I'm being so real. And you know what's really funny? Legend ZA for the Switch is $89.95 AUD. Like, what? How is, like, I get it, but why? Why is the physical cards, like, more expensive than the game? Than the digital game? It doesn't make sense to me. Like, it's even cheaper than, even more expensive than the Switch 2 version of the game, which is, it's more expensive by $1, but still, that's $1. It confuses me so much. Youth from... Damn! What? Why is it so expensive here? What? That's insane. EB Games Australia is fucking me. Honestly. It's fucking me over and I'm not happy about it. Like, if I were to get a booster box, that's probably... Okay, do I have booster boxes? Can I find booster boxes? Yeah, let's look at Pokemon booster boxes. I don't know if they're selling them. And like, yeah. It's a blind box. These aren't booster boxes. Like, so a single pack by like a single pack of Pokemon cards is $9 AUD, which I consider to be, you know, decent. Unless they don't, unfortunately. We don't have Walmarts in my town. I think we have one in like Brisbane and stuff, but I don't know. I've never seen a Walmart in real life. Actually, that's a lie. I've seen one. Oh, that's a booster box. Ah, it's a booster blister. Never mind. Why are you the only one? Do you have any booster boxes at all? Or is just EB just not sell them in Australia? What? You're kidding. Okay, well, I'm just gonna look up Pokemon cards. That's not Pokemon, that's PlayStation. Yeah, I'm just looking up Pokemon now. Okay, let's see if we can find... What cards can we find? That's Destined Rivals. Honestly, I wanted to get Destined Rivals. Like when I was getting cards, I wanted to get Destined Rivals, but yeah, no, I wanted to get Destined Rivals, but like there was none in Australia when I was looking for them. I would have loved to have had them though, because I just collect art I like. I try and collect art I like, which is why I got into Pocket a lot, because oh my goodness, the amount of good art they have in Pocket is, and the fact that they've got immersive cards. I think my immersive cards are my favorite kind of cards, even though they're only digital cards. They're just so pretty. Pocket, but I want to hold them too. That's so fair. There was a card that I got in Yo, what? Okay, anyway. I'm sorry, I was looking at the Victini illustration collection, right? Because there's a full art Victini in there, and I love Victini. Anyway, there's a big version of it too. Anyway, it says strictly 1 per customer. That's great. People can't scalp. That's amazing. But it's still out of stock, unfortunately. Let's go to trading cards. Let's just look at what trading cards they have just in general. There's not a lot of Pokemon. There's not a lot of Pokemon at EV currently. I wish there was more. I would love to have more, I wanna... Oh my... So there is a YouTuber that I've been watching a lot recently, and his name is Purplecliff. He does a lot of Pokemon stuff, and recently he's been opening, like, I think over 1,000. I think he's got over 1,000 Pokemon cards from Destined Rivals, I think it is. Yes! Oh my god, he's opened like 500 packs of... I'm like 90% sure it's Destined Rivals, because he wants the Cynthia full art. Well, the Cynthia's Garchomp. It's insane, and I love watching him open so many. It's one of my favorite parts of the day. I want to be rich enough to do what he does, but you know, I think it'd be hard to like do it, because I'm not good with Pokemon cards. I'm not good at knowing which ones are... Just get a card choice of what you need. That's so fair. My only problem with that is I can't. If I could go to card shows and buy the full arts that I wanted, I wouldn't need to gamble. However, they don't do card shows in my town, so if I wanted to, I'd have to travel to Brisbane, which is not a fun travel. Never is. They don't even have any Black Bolt, do they? We've got the Scarlet and Violet cards, but they ran out of Journey Together, which is fair. Journey Together went insane in my town when it came out. I would know. I had to buy 6 of them just to even have any. Do they not have any? I really want the Lucario sleeves. They look kind of cool. Okay. I'm gonna end because my partner's gonna be home soon and I want to play skate with him. I appreciate everyone for coming and hanging out today. I had a lot of fun. You're all amazing people. I love you all so much. If it's late for you, actually, I think it's pretty early on the other side of the world right now, considering it's almost midnight for me. I'm gonna go play some skate, and then after that, I'm gonna have a fat nap. Wait, can I raid anyone right now? I feel bad leaving at like the fucking middle of the night and not raiding anyone. And for the stream, thanks for showing up. The best. Is there anyone I can raid? No one on my list is live right now. I feel really bad. I'm just gonna have to end. We'll pop in 8 moments from now. Hell yeah. I shall see you in 8 months. Someone I can raid. If you need to go, if you have to do stuff today, make sure you do good things. I am probably not gonna be able to stream for a little bit because I have a lot to do in the coming month. I will definitely be back to a regular schedule in November. So if you miss any of my random streams over the next month, just aim for November. I will be back fully then. Okay. Goodbye, everyone. Good night.